Chapter 328. Fan Xian smiled and looked at Cece until she felt uncomfortable. Only then did he retract his smile and say seriously, "You'll have to ask my mother about this." Xiao Jinyu's serious reminder. The above sentence has nothing to do with the main text. It was purely because Xiao Jin's book review made me laugh so hard that I felt it had to be the headline. The main text is below. A carriage rolled over the green stone pavement of Zinjiku, making a squeaking sound. The winter was deep and cold, and the road was already covered in ice. The four-wheeled carriage didn't dare go too fast. The driver, Su Wenmao, was carefully and gently waving his whip. Around him, the swordsman of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, wearing boots, followed the carriage forward and looked around cautiously. The members of the Chinian unit were scattered. They were disguised as common people in cotton-padded jackets and hidden in the crowd of onlookers on the street. On the carriage was the emblem of the Fan family. It was square and round, with flowing gold and black borders. Fan Xian and Gao De sat in the carriage. 2 tiger guards sat across from them. Fan Xian's expression was calm. He said, "The arrangement is too big and too conspicuous." Gao De lifted a corner of the thick curtain from the carriage window and glanced at the street. He said calmly, "Assassins suddenly came from the mountains. Who knows if the capital is safe or not? The emperor is very angry about this and has ordered me to ensure your safety." His gaze swept across the street. There were not many people on the street, but the people in the houses and shops had already noticed the Fan family's carriage. They also guessed who was sitting in the carriage. They all cast strange gazes toward the carriage. The rumor had already spread for many days. The news that Fan Xian was the emperor's illegitimate child had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Looking at the direction the carriage was heading, the Jingdo people knew that Sir Fan Jr. was going to enter the palace. They couldn't help guessing. They didn't know whether or not Jingdo would provide them with even more shocking news. The royal palace seemed very close. The carriage came to a stop outside the square in front of the palace. After the Hanging Temple incident, the imperial army's defenses were much tighter. Fan Xian got out of the carriage and accepted the large robe Su Wenmao handed him. He also took a walking stick and put it under his arm. Gao De knew that Fan Xian's external injuries had long healed. He couldn't help looking at him with surprise. Fan Xian didn't pay attention to his gaze. He led everyone toward the cool and majestic red and yellow palace. Before he reached the palace gate, the imperial guards in charge of guarding had already divided into a small team to receive him. They silently but thoughtfully shielded him from the wind and welcomed him into the palace gate. This kind of treatment had always only been afforded to the old and frail officials. Even the princes could not receive such generous treatment. Fan Xian could not help but frown, feeling a little confused. He did not know that the first prince had secretly instructed his subordinates. Although the great prince did not say anything, his calm attitude was enough to let all the generals of the imperial army know that the rumors had not harmed Fan Xian's position. Furthermore, the relationship between Commissioner Fan and the great prince had long recovered. The person responsible for welcoming him at the palace gates was Eunuch Ho, whom Fan Xian had first met when he entered the palace. The two of them had long become familiar with each other. With a face full of flattery, Eunuch Ho said, "Young Master Fan, it is fortunate that I woke up early today. Who would have thought you would come so early?" Fan Xian jokingly scolded him and asked with a glimmer of confusion, "Last month, you said you were going to the bureau of Shiguan. The last few times I entered the palace, it was Lao Yao who received me. Why are you the one coming out today?" Eunuch Ho had long been promoted to the position of bureau of Shiguan. He was in charge of medicine and funerals in the palace. It was truly an important position. He was a popular figure in the palace. Logically speaking, it should not be his turn to receive Fan Xian outside the palace. Eunuch Ho smiled and said, "Lao Yao has left the palace to take care of business. The emperor had me come today to take his place for a day." Fan Xian nodded and followed him into the palace. Along the way, they passed through the large palace garden, chatting here and there. A moment later, Fan Xian finally sighed and faintly said, "These days, I've gotten used to the gazes of others. You're the best, Lao Ho, to treat me like you always have." Eunuch Ho shivered slightly. Immediately after, his heart warmed. He said in a fawning manner, "Look at what you're saying. In the future, young Master Fan will only soar higher and higher. Of course, I have to serve you carefully." Fan Xian didn't expose him. He chuckled and let it go. In reality, he did feel something. After everyone knew of his relationship with the royal family, their expressions would be somewhat unnatural. On the contrary, the eunuchs in the palace did not seem to have much of a reaction. He didn't know that the eunuchs in the Qing royal palace always maintained a balance between the princes. They did not dare to randomly vote for a master. They were not like officials. Once they voted for the wrong master, they could only die after the other side ascended the throne. On the contrary, there was a distance in their respect toward the princes. Furthermore, they served the emperor daily. Other than the crown prince, they were not overly afraid of the other three princes. Whether Fan Xian was a prince or not was not important to the eunuchs. On the contrary, it was his own position that was the reason the eunuchs curried favor with him. They walked past a few familiar palaces, and finally arrived in front of the royal study. Eunuch Ho carefully spoke from outside the door. He then turned and gave Fan Xian a meaningful glance before retreating to the side. After the door opened, Fan Xian walked in on his walking stick. Standing in front of the tall bookcase, he pretended to unnaturally place his walking stick to the side and bowed deeply toward the emperor, who was reading memorials on the soft couch. The emperor didn't even raise his head. He grunted and then said, "Find a place to sit. We'll talk after I finish reading these." How could he find a place to sit in the royal study? Hong Zhu, who was standing to the side with a horsetail whisk, was very clever. He understood the emperor's meaning, and quickly went to the back to bring out an embroidered stool, and placed it by Fan Xian's side. Fan Xian smiled gratefully at the little eunuch and sat down. In his heart he was thinking, why is this child's pimples still so vigorous? The emperor lowered his head as if he did not see this scene. However, a glimmer of a smile flashed through his eyes as he looked at the memorials. It was completely silent in the royal study. No one dared to speak. The eunuchs inside and outside the door did not make a single sound. This was not the first time Fan Xian had been alone with the emperor and Fan Xian. After that rumor had spread, the two of them were alone in the same room. His heart always felt strangely nervous. His chest also felt a little itchy. He couldn't resist coughing. The coughing immediately reverberated throughout the royal study. It was incomparably clear, and actually startled himself. The emperor raised his head and glanced at him. He didn't say anything, and continued to read through memorials. Fan Xian quickly sat up straight on the bench, and began to quietly watch the emperor's daily work. He knew that not many people had the opportunity to see this scene in front of him. It had been too long, and his mind wandered. He began to unconsciously observe the emperor's appearance. Although the emperor's head was slightly lowered, Fan Xian still found a few familiar shadows on his thin face. More accurately, they were places similar to his. This was probably the so-called blood relationship. The emperor read through memorials for a long time. There were many memorials on the desk. His brows were sometimes furrowed angrily, sometimes relaxed happily, sometimes silent and gloomy, and sometimes excited. The territory of the Qing kingdom was vast, with 7 roads and 26 counties under its jurisdiction. There were countless provinces and counties. Using Jingdo as the center to govern the world was a difficult task. Just the number of memorials sent in from all over the country was as numerous as snowflakes. If it was an emperor who followed the principle of ruling from above, perhaps he would give power to the cabinet and go sightseeing every day. However, the current emperor of the Qing kingdom was clearly not willing to be a muddle-headed ruler. He did not relinquish any of the kingdom's power. Thus, he did not hesitate to chase Prime Minister Lin Ruofu out of court, and only set up the Hall of Governmental Affairs. This is practically self-torture. Fan Xian calmly watched the scene in front of him. A cold smile flashed through his heart. Being an emperor was indeed not an interesting matter. In comparison, growing flowers like King Jing seemed to be a pretty good choice. The sun gradually moved to the middle of the sky. After the sunlight shone down through the layers of cold clouds, it had been frozen until it lost all its heat. The people in the palace seemed to have forgotten the time. The emperor finally finished his morning edits and closed the last memorial. He closed his eyes and slowly rested his spirit. In the end, he even stretched. The eunuchs filed in. Towels, calming tea, pastries, and incense began to be applied to the emperor's body and stomach. Fan Xian noticed that the towels did not give off a sliver of cold air in this winter. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Your Majesty, is this cold?" The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement and took the towel to rub his face forcefully. Indistinctly, he said, "It's cold to the bone. It can wake the spirit." Fan Xian thought for a bit and finally said, "Your Majesty, try a hot towel. It's good for the body." The emperor was slightly surprised. He then smiled and said, "A hot towel is too warm and comfortable. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep." Fan Xian also smiled. "Use a hot one. The hotter the better." He suddenly seemed to choke. As he coughed, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Of course, be careful not to burn yourself." The emperor suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Glancing at him, he said, "Not bad. You appear relatively calm." Fan Xian was speechless. The emperor's gaze moved to the walking stick behind Fan Xian. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This child is as stubborn as his mother. He wants to purposely let me see that he is acting obedient. He wants me to reprimand him and firm his heart. Does he think I don't understand? Thinking of this, the emperor remembered more and more how good someone had been in the past. He also found that Fan Xian was a good son who did not have any improper thoughts. On the contrary, he was somewhat aloof. He rose and walked out of the royal study, indicating for Fan Xian to follow him. Fan Xian quickly went to take the walking stick. The emperor smiled and said, "If I had known that your injuries were almost healed, why did you act pitiful in front of me?" Although it was pointed out, there was no anger on the emperor's face. Fan Xian was startled at just the right time. It was as if he had not expected the emperor to not reprimand him. Immediately after, he chuckled and tossed the walking stick to the side, following the emperor out. Fan Xian won the first psychological confrontation between Fan Xian and his so-called father. Following the long eaves of the palace toward the northwest, the palace buildings gradually became sparse, leaving behind the grand buildings of Hongguang Palace and Taiji Palace. Along the way, all the serving girls and eunuchs they saw humbly lowered their heads and gave way. Behind the emperor and Fan Xian, there was only Hongzhu, the little eunuch. Gradually, as they walked, even the serving girls and eunuchs rarely appeared. The winter garden was incomparably quiet. Occasionally, there was snow on the fake mountains. There were no longer any sounds of birds or insects. There was only a faint silence. Fan Xian knew where they were going, so he was silent. The emperor seemed to be in a strange mood and did not say anything. It was not until even the cold palace had disappeared and the palace buildings appeared to be in a dilapidated state that the emperor stopped his steps. At this moment, there was a quiet little courtyard in front of them. The courtyard was not large. Inside, there was only a 2-story wooden building. The building was a bit old. It had probably not been repaired in many years. Following the emperor up the steps and entering, Fan Xian began to feel nervous. He took a deep breath. The outside of the little building was old and broken, but the inside was incomparably clean. There was not a speck of dust on it. Someone had probably cleaned it all year round. Going up to the second floor, in the main hall, the emperor finally sighed and walked out of the building. Looking at the garden across the balcony, he was silent for a long time. The corner of the royal palace facing the balcony was already the most isolated and quiet place in the royal palace. The flowers and plants in the garden were not cared for and grew wildly on their own. Then they were bullied by the autumn wind, cold dew, and wild snow and collapsed to the ground. They looked like countless corpses that had been killed pale yellow and white. In the distance, the corner tower of Huayang sect could faintly be seen. Fan Xian stood silently behind the emperor. It was not good for him to speak, but he had already swept his gaze around the hall. He did not see the portrait he was thinking of. It was like the little eunuch Hongzhu was performing a magic trick. He brought out boiling water from somewhere in the little building and made tea. He respectfully placed it on the table, and then obediently went downstairs, not daring to wait at the side. "Earlier, I told you to wait in the royal study," The emperor's face was facing the outside of the railing. His hands gripped the railing firmly and powerfully. There was no fluctuation in his voice. I wanted to tell you that a ruler has a ruler's way. Fan Xian remained silent. As the ruler of a country, I must consider the state and the people under heaven, the emperor said slowly. The emperor said slowly, his eyes staring into the distance. Being an emperor is not an easy job. Your mother once said that. So sometimes I must give up some things, even some things that are very valuable, and leave you in Danzhou for 16 years. Don't blame me. Fan Xian had waited for this day for a long time, and had made solid mental preparations. Suddenly hearing these words, he still couldn't stop a chill from traveling up his neck and toward his head. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he suddenly bit his lower lip and replied in a clear voice, I don't know what your majesty means by these words. Fan Xian's reaction seemed to have long been within the emperor's expectations. He smiled self-mockingly and didn't turn his head. However, his tone became even gentler. Including your brothers, even if the people under heaven have resentment toward me, I'm afraid no one would dare to say it to my face or show it. And gee, you indeed have some of your mother's legacy. Fan Xian forcefully straightened his neck and stubbornly didn't say a word. You don't know what I mean by these words? The emperor turned around. His light yellow robes appeared even more noble by the railing of the winter building. Slowly he said, What I mean is you are my son. Fan Xian was silent. After a long time he suddenly smiled. He couldn't help but laugh. It was a silent laugh. There was an indescribable bitterness, grief, and indignation in his laughter. After a long time, he slowly withdrew the smile on his face. For a moment he was at a loss. He had forgotten earlier, from the moment he entered the palace, whether he was acting according to plan, or if he had completely taken the role of the emperor's illegitimate child. It was difficult for him to get out of the act. He bowed deeply toward the emperor but still wouldn't say anything. The emperor sighed in his heart. He was completely fooled by the emotions Fan Xian displayed. Faintly he said, I originally didn't want to acknowledge the rumors in Jingdou, but in the end I will. And gee, in the end, you are my flesh and blood. The emperor walked closer to him and looked at the unique determination and stubbornness on the face of this beautiful young man in front of him. An expression of pity appeared on his face and was immediately hidden. He didn't demand that Fan Xian answer. Instead, he said to himself, You will be 18 next month. Fan Xian abruptly raised his head. He wanted to speak but then stopped. A moment later he lightly said, I don't know when I was born. These words pierced into the emperor's heart. It made this emperor, whose heart had always been ice cold, finally feel a sense of guilt. He thought for a moment and then slowly said, The 18th of the first month. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. Shortly after, he smiled bitterly and sighed. I didn't know I was born 18 until I was 18. The emperor smiled warmly. The more he looked at the child in front of him, the more he liked him. Unconsciously, he said, To be able to raise you into such a sensible child in the countryside, it must have been very hard on your mother in Danzhou. One day, I will also go to Danzhou to visit her. And gee, how is her health recently? Fan Xian lowered his head in silence for a moment. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, he opened his mouth. Grandmother's health is very good. I often communicate with Danzhou. Oh. Hearing that he was finally no longer calling himself an official, the emperor's heart warmed. He smiled comfortingly and began to gently ask about Fan Xian's childhood. The conversation had a prelude. Fan Xian seemed to have adapted to the new relationship between ruler and official. He began to talk about his childhood days to the emperor in front of him. Everyone, please read the following rhyme aloud. Fan Xian was the emperor's son. At first, the emperor did not know that Fan Xian knew that Fan Xian was the emperor's son. Now, the emperor knew that Fan Xian guessed that Fan Xian was the emperor's son. At first, Fan Xian wanted the emperor not to know that he knew. Now he wanted the emperor to guess that he just knew but didn't want to know. Thus, the emperor did not know Fan Xian, but Fan Xian knew the emperor. The emperor thought of Fan Xian as his son, but Fan Xian did not think of himself as his son. This was a problem of the mind, and it was also a psychological problem. From the first step he took into the palace, Fan Xian had been using this to retreat step by step and attack step by step. It finally quieted upstairs. This pair of father and son, each with their own ulterior motives, sat apart, drinking tea and chatting. Although Fan Xian still did not speak, his expression had already calmed. His conversation with the emperor was no longer restricted to the memorials between ruler and official. He could talk about the gossip outside the palace, his life these years in Danzhou, and the small matters of his family. Thus, the emperor began to revel in this kind of atmosphere. This was exactly what Fan Xian needed. Chapter 329. As the ruler of a country, he had many matters to attend to. He could not always stay in this remote part of the palace. He didn't know which part of the country had something happening. The head eunuch of Taiji Palace put on a thick face and took a great risk to come outside the building. He bitterly reported downstairs many times before finally successfully inviting the emperor to come downstairs. Seeing Commissioner Fan standing behind the emperor, the head eunuch silently groaned in his heart. No wonder the palace could not find the emperor. It turned out that the father and son were playing a tearful game of recognizing each other. He had rashly come and disturbed the emperor and made him unhappy. He didn't know how many beatings he would receive. The emperor's expression was indeed not good. Of the sons he had, the one he admired the most was Fan Xian. After Fan Xian entered Jingdou, he had brought too much glory to him and the entire Qing kingdom. Furthermore, he was intelligent and sensible. He could be of great use. The most important thing was that he had saved the third brother in the floating temple. And now that he had refused to acknowledge him, it was easy to see that under the child's sloppy appearance, there was a loyal heart. His methods seemed to be cruel, but they were all filled with the intention of moderation. In the heart of this middle-aged emperor, how could he not have felt a sliver of unreasonable jealousy toward Fan Jian? In the end, the emperor was only a mortal. Now he could finally recognize Fan Xian. Although Fan Xian had not spoken, the atmosphere was enough to make the emperor happy. However, at this time, someone had come to disturb them. Of course, his mood was not very good. At this time, there were too many people inside and outside the building, so it was not good for the emperor to say anything more. He turned around. His frosty face gradually softened. Gazing at Fan Xian's beautiful and somewhat familiar face, he quietly said, "You've seen and said earlier, as the ruler of a country, there are always too many things that you have no choice but to do. Think about it yourself. Don't have too much resentment in your heart." Given the dignity of the emperor, even if the person in front of him was his own son, he would not lower himself to speak like this. Other than not expressing apology, these words had already expressed enough. Fan Xian did not continue to pretend. He bowed deeply and seemed to be moved. The emperor suddenly furrowed his brows and thought of his sister far away in Xinjiang. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He sighed and said, "Recently, the capital has not been very peaceful, and there are too many things that cannot be brought to the table. Chen Pingping is worried that you will be embarrassed in court, so he has suggested that you go to Jiangnan ahead of time. What do you think?" Fan Xian did not dare to have any objections. Just at the right time, a glimmer of darkness flashed through his eyes. Faintly he said, "As you wish." He suddenly smiled warmly. "I have never been to Jiangnan before. Please tell me what I need to pay attention to, Your Majesty." The emperor shook his head. "What I need is a clean palace treasury that can earn money for the court every year. As for what to do, you should be clear. In the past 2 months, what you have done, I admire it very much." Naturally, he was talking about the Overwatch Council investigating the Cui family and attacking the palace treasury smuggling. The emperor continued, "Only because of this and Ji, you have made a few enemies in court. There are some things that I am not good at." You have done well." In the emperor's eyes, the reason why Fan Xian had spared no effort in attacking Xinjiang and the second prince was, of course, because of that memorial. He was working for the court and handling matters that he could not easily appear in. After a moment of silence, Fan Xian opened his mouth and said, "From now on, I am still willing to be Your Majesty's lone official." The emperor was very satisfied with Fan Xian's attitude. Fan Xian took this opportunity to ask, However, Jiangnan is far away. Although I have the power of supervision, I am not familiar with business. If all matters were to be led by the council alone, I am afraid I would not be able to investigate clearly. Your Majesty, he gritted his teeth in front of the emperor and said, I would like to borrow Qingyu Hall. The emperor was surprised. After a moment of silence, he asked, the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall are naturally familiar with the affairs of the palace treasury. However, according to the rules of the court, they are not allowed to leave the capital. He suddenly felt that saying this in front of Fan Xian was not very kind. He coughed twice and said, Anji, you are asking me for people in front of me. Are you not afraid that I will suspect your intentions? Fan Xian straightforwardly said, the land of Pu Tian is not the land of the king. Since I have brought it up in front of you, I naturally believe that your Majesty deeply believes in my loyalty. The emperor stared at him, but his heart was quickly circling. Back then, the Yi family had deep roots and could almost shake the system of the country. As the ruler of a country, he was truly afraid that the events of the past would repeat themselves. After all, Fan Xian was his own son. It was inevitable that he would be a little unwilling to lose the Yi family. But he thought about it again. Since Fan Xian dared to say these words, he could be considered honest. He opened his mouth and lightly said, now that you are standing high enough, you naturally know that so-called real gold and silver are not very useful. As for the palace treasury 6 years ago, I decided to let you control it when you grew up. It was because of that thought. This was originally my wish. What is there to doubt? Fan Xian's expression showed that he was moved, but the emperor waved his hand and laughed mockingly. But don't try to hide it from me. Even though the affairs of the palace treasury are complicated, there is no need for those old fellows of Qingyu Hall. With your request, I think you want to fish them out of the capital. Fan Xian did not argue. He sadly sighed and said, I dare not lie to your Majesty. I do indeed have this thought. From the first day I found out about my past, I had this thought. Last year, I even went to Qingyu Hall to see. Those shopkeepers are confined to the capital all year round. It is truly a bit awkward. These people are not even 50 years old. If they were released into the capital, they could still serve the court. Last year, he had taken a trip to Qingyu Hall. He knew that this matter would one day be discovered by someone with ulterior motives, so he might as well say it in front of the emperor. The emperor seemed to be surprised by his calmness. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Fan Xian was overjoyed. The emperor laughed in spite of himself. You can't take them all. The manners of the nobles are all managed by Qingyu Hall. If you take them all, I'm afraid King Jing will be the first to not forgive you. Fan Xian chuckled. The emperor smiled slightly and said, of all of them, only Prince Huqing dares to stand up straight and speak in front of me. His temperament is calm and fierce. How about you? He stopped and said, there is a painting in the side room upstairs. Go take a look in a moment. Although he clearly knew that the painting was in the royal palace, Fan Xian still showed slight hesitation and asked, what painting? The emperor said, the only painting your mother left in this world. Thinking of Xiao Yezi, his gaze softened. In a quiet voice he said, you have never seen her. Take a good look at her in a moment. Speaking of which, your mother and you are not very similar. Fan Xian was slightly startled. He then heard the emperor sigh and say, although they were both incomparably beautiful, their temperaments were very different. She was like a man and did not give in to men. Otherwise she would not have such a name. Back then, she hated the so-called poems and songs the most, so she could only practice them. Thinking of the son in front of him, who was the most famous poet in the world, the emperor suddenly felt that the matter was interesting. He laughed loudly and pointed at Fan Xian. Although the poems she made had the power to swallow up the wind and clouds, they only matched her temperament. The difference from yours is too great, too great. Hong Zhu looked at the eunuch's anxious and urging gaze outside the building. Hearing the emperor and Sir Fan Jr.'s happy conversation, he did not dare to go forward and disturb them. Fan Xian smiled and asked curiously, Mother, have you heard the poem she made before? Only one. The emperor leisurely thought back to the past and recited in a clear voice, the scenery of the north, 1,000 li sealed in ice, 10,000 li of snow floating. Inside and outside the palace, there was only a vast expanse. Up and down the great river, there was suddenly no torrent. The mountains danced like silver snakes. The plains rode like wax elephants, wanting to compete with the heavens. On a clear day, looking at the red makeup and plain clothes, it was exceptionally enchanting. The rivers and mountains were so beautiful, attracting countless heroes to bend their backs. Pity Emperor Han Wu of Wei, slightly lacking in literary talent. Ancestor song of the Tang sect, slightly lacking in elegance. The pride of a generation, the Khan of the Western savages, only knew how to draw a bow and shoot a large eagle. It is all in the past. Counting the distinguished figures, we will still look to the present. Emperor Han Wu of Wei, ancestor song of the Tang sect? Fan Xian's expression was very interesting. So interesting that he was about to cramp. The emperor glanced at him with disapproval and scolded. Do you think this poem is not good? Fan Xian said with a pained expression. Naturally, it is full of vigor. However, I do not know who this Emperor Han Wu, Tang sect, and ancestor song are. He thought to himself, Mother, if you want to change, then change it completely. What Khan of the Western savages? I have truly lost to you. The emperor explained. Rumor has it that they were the three heroes of a generation from ancient times. Fan Xian was speechless. He thought that his mother's skill at making excuses was very similar to his own. It was just like that night in Shangjing, northern Qi, with Zhuang Mohan. Anything that could not be explained clearly would be pushed back to ancient times. He had occasionally seen it in the annals of history, but where was the annals of history? Sorry, I tore it up to use in the toilet. The eunuch asked again and again, and the emperor finally left the little building. As he left, there was no trace of sadness in his thin figure. There was only Hong Zhu and Fan Xian left in the little building. Watching the emperor's figure disappear behind the layers of hanging frost branches, Fan Xian finally couldn't resist exploding. Holding his stomach, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The sound rang through the little building with unspeakable joy. To the side, Hong Zhu was dumbstruck. He wondered if Commissioner Fan had been greatly affected by what had happened today. Should he ask the royal doctor to come and take a look? After a long time, Fan Xian finally stopped the ridiculous laughter brought about by Spring and Qin Garden. His stomach hurt from laughing. Breathlessly, he said to Hong Zhu, It's nothing. I'll go up myself. Wait for me downstairs. As he walked up the stairs, Fan Xian still couldn't stop himself from wanting to laugh. That woman called Yi Qingmei was truly a wonderful person. She didn't copy thousands of good poems, but she had to copy this one. He guessed that she had been forced into a corner by Emperor Fan Jian and his group of people. However, perhaps Old Mao's poem suited that woman's state of mind? By the time he reached the top floor, Fan Xian's smile had completely disappeared. He had recovered his usual calm. Placed in a feudal dynasty, the poem his mother copied was truly an antinomian poem. The emperor could say it, but she couldn't. No wonder she had such a serious conflict with the royal palace in the end. He smiled coldly in his heart. He threw all of the true feelings of the emperor to the back of his mind and did not think about it again. Arriving outside the side room, Fan Xian casually picked up the cup of cold tea on the table and pushed open the door. Stepping over the threshold, he did not hesitate or tremble. Calmly, he stood in front of the portrait. In the painting was a yellow-robed woman. In the background was a surging river. The woman stood on a green rock by the river. The skirt on her body swayed gently in the river wind. She faced the direction of the river. The turbid waves in the river rose into the air, slapping against the rocks and turning them into mud. On the opposite bank, in the distance, one could faintly see people the size of ants moving rocks or something. Perhaps they were building the river embankment. The painting's workmanship was exquisite. The brush strokes were exquisite, but the style was grand and majestic. It was detailed to the point of being grand, regardless of whether it was the heavy scene on the other side of the river, or the green and yellow mountain rocks nearby. They were all described very well. In particular, the river bound between the two sides of the yellow mountain was even more turbulent. The waves turned white, and it was imposing. Looking at this painting, it was as if one could feel a fierce river wind seeping out from the painting and blowing on the viewer's face. If one stood slightly closer, it was as if one could hear the impassioned sound of the river water slapping against the two sides of the river. However, none of this was the main point of this painting. Anyone lucky enough to see this painting would be immediately attracted by the yellow-robed woman standing on the other side of the river. They would no longer have any spare thoughts of looking at the scenery and people in other parts of the painting. The yellow-robed woman only revealed one side of her face. A few strands of black hair by her earlobes, as translucent as jade, gently fluttered. Her lips were slightly pursed. No one knew what she was thinking about. What attracted one's gaze the most were her eyebrows. Those eyebrows were clear and beautiful like swords. They did not seem like those of a weak woman, but they also did not have a hint of manly heroism. They were only clear and carefree. At this moment, Fan Xian's gaze was only focused on the side of the woman's face in the painting. The expression in the eyes appeared calm, but it always seemed to contain even more emotion. In just an instant, he remembered that in the cave on the precipice of Western Mountain outside Shangjing in northern Qi, Xiao An had once described his mother to him. Yes, it was this kind of gaze. Soft, sorrowful, filled with love and attachment to life, yearning for beautiful things, sympathy for suffering, and the confidence to change everything. Fan Xian sighed and slowly sat down. Looking at the painting on the wall, he did not move his gaze for a long time. It was as if he wanted to firmly engrave the woman's appearance in the painting into his heart. With cold tea in his hand, and the old painting in front of him, he sat silently in the side room. He didn't know how long he sat there, but he didn't notice the sun outside the little building shift, and the wind and clouds slowly move. The cold tea in his hand was still untouched. Fan Xian had sat for half a day. His lips were a bit dry. He suddenly tilted his head and looked at the yellow-robed woman in the painting. In a quiet voice he said, "You did well. Unfortunately, you didn't take care of yourself." He paused as if he was a bit nervous. He wanted to organize a more suitable words to say to the woman in the painting. "Of course I didn't do as well as you, but please don't worry. I will certainly take care of myself." He stood up and looked calmly at the painting. In a quiet voice he said, "I'll leave you here for now. Presumably, he won't let me take it away. In a few days, I will often come to see you." He didn't know how much time would pass. Fan Xian moved closer to the painting and suddenly smiled brightly. Full of vigor, he smiled and said, "It's all in the past. It's all in the past. Let me deal with the romantic figures." After saying this, he rose and left the side room. The room was completely silent. The door suddenly creaked and was hurriedly pushed open. Fan Xian returned and stood in the side room again. Looking straight at the woman in the painting, he abruptly opened his mouth and asked, "Science? A female doctor?" Naturally, the woman in the painting could not answer the question her son would ask many years later, so she only remained silent. Fan Xian's heart involuntarily ached. Shortly after, he chuckled and hid the wetness in his eyes. Sincerely he bowed and said, "Thank you." Then he actually left. The yellow-robed woman in the painting did not turn around. She only looked at the scene across the river. She was silent with her back to the door behind her. No one knew how long it would take for it to open again. Originally, I had written a few hundred words, but this chapter can only end here. This is the only way to express my sincerity towards Yi Qingmei and myself. Today, I am 30 years old. In life, I always think about all sorts of things. So today, I am also inexplicably sad and angry, crying bitterly. I really don't want to be 40. Fortunately, the Vermilion Bird Chronicles is finished, and I am satisfied with it. Then I have an explanation for my life, and I can slowly explain it in the future. This kind of life can be considered relatively happy, because I really like writing and making up stories. And on the day I was born, I just happened to write this chapter. It is also a kind of happiness. Finally, I recommend a book, Magical Acupuncture. It is not a friendly recommendation. I only read it because a friend recommended it. I don't understand Chinese medicine, so I just wanted to read it for fun. But in some of the details, I can see the sincerity of YY. I like it. P.S. I will definitely be drinking today, so I may update later tomorrow with fewer updates. Chapter 330. Walking out the door. Fan Xian put down the cup of cold tea in his hand. With a clang, the teacup accurately landed on top of the other teacup on the table. The two teacups were stacked on top of each other, and not much tea spilled out. Pressing the teacup against the previous teacup was a very ordinary and casual action. He came down the stairs and quietly said something to Hongzhu. The two of them left the little building and followed the cold stone path in the palace in that direction. After seeing Fan Xian out of the royal palace, Hongzhu circled around Taiji Palace and went through the curved stone door to the royal study to give his report. Along the way, he joked with the palace maids and chatted with the little eunuchs for a while. It was an indescribable joy. The eunuchs and serving girls were also surprised. They thought, ever since eunuch Hongzhu had been at the emperor's side, his status had risen. Even his temperament had become steadier and more ruthless. What had happened to make him so happy? Seeing that the royal study was not far away, Hongzhu came to his senses and knew that he had acted a bit too much. He quickly stopped in his tracks and grabbed 2 handfuls of snow from the mountain rocks by the side of the road. He fiercely rubbed at his face, forcefully cooling the heated skin on his face. Only then did he relax. He coughed lightly a few times and imitated Eunuch Hong, the ancestor of the eunuchs in the palace. With a deadly serious expression, he pushed open the door to the royal study. At this moment, the emperor was arguing with Shu the scholar about something. Their voices were very loud. This Shu the scholar was truly daring. He did not yield an inch in front of the emperor. He could only vaguely hear that it was some river channel, transfer of funds, and Ministry of Revenue matter. Hongzhu's ears perked up, and he waited to the side. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. He knew exactly what it was for Shu the scholar to have the courage to go against the emperor. This winter was a good time to dredge the river. The Hall of Governmental Affairs had already drawn up the rules 2 months ago. They were only waiting for the Ministry of Revenue to gather silver before organizing the various provinces and counties to recruit people and repair the river. However, he had not expected that the Ministry of Revenue would not be able to take out so much silver. The shortfall was too great and seriously delayed the repair of the river. Thus, Minister Fan became the target of public criticism. If it were not for the emperor's protection, Minister Fan would have asked to resign no matter what. The kingdom of Qing was in its golden age, yet the national treasury could not take out enough silver. The Hall of Governmental Affairs asked the Ministry of Revenue, but the Ministry of Revenue did not know anything, only saying that the palace had transferred it. But the palace's expenses had always come from the palace treasury. Could it be that the palace treasury had fallen to such a state? The matter of the palace treasury involved the eldest princess and the face of the royal family. Furthermore, the Overwatch Council had recently been investigating the Chui clan, and the spearhead was pointed at the palace treasury. At this time, the officials in the court could not ask the emperor directly. As a result, Grand Scholar Shu's trip to the palace came about. It seemed that the interaction between the monarch and the minister was not very peaceful. The emperor coughed and vaguely said Fan Xian, Jiangnan, and a few other indistinct words. Shu the scholar's expression finally improved a little. It was as if he believed that after Fan Xian went to Jiangnan, he would be able to solve the Qing kingdom's financial problems. The old scholar lowered his voice, but his face was full of worry. I'm afraid that we won't make it in time. What if there's another flood next year? The affairs of Jiangnan are complicated. Even if Commissioner Fan is exceptionally talented, if you want to sort it all out, it will probably take a year. Even if the heavens are looking out for you next year, what about the year after? The emperor smiled and comforted Shu Wu. Fan Xian will leave in a few days. He should be able to make it in time. Shu Wu made a sound of acknowledgement and left the royal study with a smile. In reality, both monarch and official were experienced and prudent people. How could they truly stop worrying just because a young man like Fan Xian was going to Jiangnan? Furthermore, what Shu the scholar was fighting for was not just these things on the surface. As the head of the civil officials in court, he needed the emperor's stance on what to do with the palace treasury. More importantly, after the 2 rumors had come out one after the other, how exactly was the court, or rather, the palace, going to deal with Fan Xian? The royal family played with mysteries and kept many things a secret. However, the system of officials in court could not stand this. Everyone was anxious and always wanted a definite answer. Since the emperor had clearly stated the date of Fan Xian's departure from Jingdo, it was to announce that the management of the palace treasury would certainly begin, and it would begin very forcefully. It was also to tell the officials in court through Xu Wu that Fan Xian's identity had temporarily come to an end. Regardless of whether he was a remnant of the rebellious Yi family or the emperor's illegitimate child. In any case, he had already left Jingdo. Stop guessing blindly and let the matter fade. Hongzhu. The emperor suddenly woke from his deep thoughts and asked, what was his reaction earlier? Hongzhu was startled and quickly replied in a low voice. There were glistening tears in Commissioner Fan's eyes and an expression of relief. He once laughed loudly 3 times in the building, but I don't know why. At such a young age, he was able to personally follow by the emperor's side. Naturally, he was more quick-witted than most people. Of course, he knew that the emperor spoke of was Sir Fan Jr., who had just left the palace. The emperor's expression darkened slightly. Shortly after, he smiled slightly and said, this is also good. After letting go, it will be easier to work for the court without any worries. Hongzhu gave a small smile and didn't dare to continue. He was quite frightened by the emperor's following words. Starting next month, go serve at the empress's side. The emperor caressed a piece of calming jade in his palm and said casually. It was like a bolt of lightning striking the little eunuch's heart. With a thud, Hongzhu knelt down stiffly on the ground. Crying, he said, Your Majesty, I don't know what I did wrong. Please, Your Majesty, beat me to death, but don't chase me away. The emperor furrowed his brows and looked at him. He said with disgust, what kind of future do you have? I wanted you to go to the palace to be the head eunuch. I promoted you, yet you are so scared. You really can't be of much use. Hongzhu's heart was in a mess. He knew he had made a mistake, but his face was still covered in snot and tears. He wailed, I don't want to be some head eunuch. I just want to be at your side. Oh. The emperor looked at the little eunuch in front of him with a not quite there smile and said, what are the benefits of being at my side? The word benefit could be used as a joke, but it could also be used as a beheading knife. Hongzhu raised his head from the ground in a daze. His tear-stained face was stained with dust. He muttered, serving by the emperor's side is a servant's face. Glory. Hongzhu pounded his head like garlic. Sobbing, he said, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been greedy. His heart was like a mirror. No one in the palace cared if a eunuch took a bribe, but it depended on the mood of these masters. How much silver did you take? The emperor looked at the little eunuch's face covered in dust and tears. His appearance was very funny, and actually laughed out loud. Hearing the laughter, Hongzhu's heart calmed slightly. He slowly replied, I've been in the royal study for 2 months, and took a total of 400 liang of silver. The emperor's face suddenly darkened, and a chill rose. He coldly said, Is that so? Then who bought the 800 mu of land in Jiaozhou for you? Your brother's official position. Who gave you the connections? You are very daring. You haven't even been at my side for 100 days, and you've already done such a thing. Hongzhu's face was pale. All his hopes turned to dust. He wailed loudly, I know my crime, I know my crime. He didn't even dare to beg the emperor to spare his life. Who was it? The emperor turned around and kicked off his boots. He sat on the couch and began to read memorials again. Hongzhu's face was green and then white. He knew he could not hide it in the end. He gritted his teeth and said, It was Commissioner Fan. The emperor's expression did not change. He gently made a sound of doubt. Hongzhu suddenly used his hands and feet to crawl to the emperor's feet. Raising his face, he sobbed, Your Majesty, you can kill me as much as you want, but the heavens can be my witness. I am loyal and devoted to your Majesty. I definitely did not secretly. The commissioner is a good person. I begged him to do this. Please spare him. Only now did the emperor reveal a glimmer of surprise. Oh, you're actually pleading for him? He immediately laughed out loud and said, It looks like this child's relations with people are much better than I imagined. The emperor looked at the little eunuch's messy face and laughingly scolded, Get out. Fan Xian has long reported this matter to me. If I didn't like the fact that you are a little clever, he would have killed you long ago. You're actually pleading for him? Ah. Hong Zhu's face was filled with shock and embarrassment. He didn't come back to his senses for a moment. Still not getting out? Yes, Your Majesty. Hong Zhu's face was sullen, but his heart was overjoyed. He didn't get up, and just crawled out of the royal study. As for whether he would be chased to the Empress's palace to be the head eunuch, or some other way out, at this moment he didn't care. After leaving the royal study and running into a side room, Hong Zhu finally calmed his panting breath. Only now did he feel how cold the cold sweat on his back was. Accepting a towel, he carelessly wiped the tears, sweat, and dust on his face. In annoyance, he chased all of his subordinates out. It wasn't until he sat alone in his room that he began to feel a lingering fear. Sir Fan Jr. is right. There is nothing in this world that can be hidden from the Emperor. The little eunuch thought with lingering fear. If the Emperor allows you to be greedy, then you can be greedy. So you might as well do everything in the open. At this moment, his admiration for Fan Xian was already deeply embedded in his bones. Other than admiration, he felt a great deal of gratitude toward Fan Xian. The other party could guess that the Emperor didn't care about the little eunuch at his side being greedy. This was only because Sir Fan Jr. was extraordinarily intelligent. Sir Fan Jr. used this matter to hide the most important matter. This was the key. In the future, if he walked closer to Sir Fan Jr., the Emperor would not be suspicious. Thinking of that matter, the little eunuch Hong Zhu's eyes narrowed. He was unspeakably grateful. However, he was about to be moved out of the royal study. He didn't know if he would be able to help Sir Fan Jr. in the future. In the carriage of the Li Palace, Fan Xian half closed his eyes and rested. Gouda and the 2 tiger guards had been sent out of the carriage by him. Inside the carriage was Su Wenmao. He closed his eyes and thought. Although he couldn't determine whether or not there were spies from the palace in the Qinian unit, he had run into Wang Qinian, and had Wang Qinian pick up these unsuccessful Overwatch Council officials to his side. For him, the people he could trust the most were these people. If he wanted to do something, he could only trust them. Is there any conclusion to the Ingzhou matter? He asked with furrowed brows. Su Wenmao was not driving the carriage. He carefully listened to the movements outside the carriage before quietly saying, "Sir, don't worry. After the Ingzhou Zhizhou was imprisoned, he died of illness. He didn't go through the council's methods and used your medicine. The coroner won't be able to find anything." Fan Xian nodded. If it can be confirmed that it is safe, then don't touch the Zhizhou's family. This matter ends here. You should know what to do. Su Wenmao nodded. He knew that the commissioner had warned him to keep it a secret. For the commissioner to trust him with such a shady matter, it meant that he had finally succeeded in becoming his confidant. But as a confidant, he had to think for Fan Xian. He still disapproved of this matter in the depths of his heart. Secretly killing a Zhizhou, a 4th-level official, was something that had rarely happened in the many years since the Overwatch Council was founded. In the future, if nothing happened, the entire Overwatch Council would be out of luck. Furthermore, the Zhizhou had no faction, and was a pure student of the Emperor. Seeming to guess what Su Wenmao was thinking, Fan Xian smiled coldly. That Zhizhou had no regard for human life, and forcibly seized the property of the villagers. He traveled with bandits and massacred villages and exterminated clans. I only took his life, and that was already going easy on him. Su Wenmao said with concern, "Sir, although it is so, we never had concrete evidence. The captured bandits are very tight-lipped and refuse to testify against the Zhizhou." "Nonsense," Fan Xian said. "If I could have evidence, why would I use such methods?" Su Wenmao shook his head in disapproval. "In the end, it is still too risky. In the worst case, you could write a memorial to the Hall of Governmental Affairs, or even skip the Hall of Governmental Affairs, and directly report to the Emperor. Although there is no concrete evidence, the Emperor would still take the Zhizhou for your sake." Fan Xian smiled, and shook his head without saying anything more. The matter of that Zhizhou must not be known to the Emperor. He closed his eyes and leisurely rested, but his mind was spinning quickly. The reason he had to deal with the Zhizhou so far from Jingdou was because he wanted to do the little eunuch Hongzhu a favor. A huge favor, one that Hongzhu would have to repay in the future. The little eunuch Hongzhu, who worked in the royal study, was from Yingzhou. His original surname was Chen. When the Zhizhou who had been killed by Fan Xian was still a county magistrate, he had once forcefully taken away the Chen family business because of a certain mountain product. Unfortunately, the Chen family had produced 2 scholars. Naturally, they did not agree. They crossed mountains and ridges, and crossed prefectures to file a lawsuit. They even said they would take the lawsuit all the way to Jingdou. In his terror, the county magistrate made a vicious move. In the middle of the night, he colluded with bandits and forcefully destroyed the Chen family. It was unknown how many people died that night. Hongzhu and his brother were still children at the time. After playing on the mountain, they forgot to go home. They were lucky to escape this tragedy. The 2 brothers were smart. They crossed the mountain that night and begged all the way to Shandong Road. They no longer dared to go to the Yamen to file a complaint. They only struggled to live in the mortal world with great difficulty. Finally, one day, the 2 brothers could not endure it anymore. Little brother Chen, who was now Hongzhu, learned a magical martial art and threw himself into the palace with blood in his crotch. After entering the palace, little brother Chen lived a timid life. He was bullied by older eunuchs and pinched by damned old serving girls. Under the humiliation, fear grew. He didn't even dare to say his surname. Coincidentally, one day, little brother Chen was carrying water and passing by the side of Hongguang Palace. He ran into old eunuch Hong sleeping and resting outside the room. The old eunuch was only wearing old clothes from many years ago. He was not wearing palace robes. Little brother Chen did not recognize the other person's identity. He looked at the old eunuch leaning against a broken bamboo chair, with a few flies flying around his face. He felt that this old eunuch was so pitiful. They were both people who had fallen to the ends of the earth. But little brother Chen still had a warm heart. Thinking that he had nothing to do, he went back to the room and took out a broken palm leaf fan. He began to fan eunuch Hong to chase away the flies. When old eunuch Hong woke up, it was not like the usual scene in the story where the little eunuch Chen was taught the supreme divine skill and accepted as his little brother, allowing him to do whatever he wanted in the palace and eat and drink well everywhere. It was just the kindness of a fan. Eunuch Hong knew that the little eunuch did not have a surname, so he only gave him one word, Hong. At the time, the old eunuch was lying on the bamboo chair, so he casually let him be called Zhu. This was the origin of the name Hongzhu, the later popular great eunuch. From that day on, old eunuch Hong no longer cared about Hongzhu's life or death. He didn't even say a word to him. Even after Hongzhu went to the royal study and tried to find ways to curry favor with old eunuch Hong, the old eunuch ignored him. However, the little eunuch had a name. His surname was Hong, and his name was Zhu. The surname Hong represented something special in the palace. Furthermore, old eunuch Hong did not express any opposition. Gradually, people began to spread the word that Hongzhu was old eunuch Hong's new adopted grandson. No one dared to bully him anymore. On the contrary, they had to curry favor with him. They begged him to do any easy or dignified work. Hongzhu was a clever person. After experiencing the tragedy of his childhood, his temperament was very steady. There were also so many opportunities in front of him. In addition, old Dai had lost power, and the people in the palace had changed several times. This allowed the little eunuch's luck to flourish. He entered the royal study and began to work at the emperor's side. This was the so-called opportunity. He had seen a lot and knew that the royal palace was just like this. The Zhizhou was not a high-ranking official. The fire of revenge in Hongzhu's heart began to burn. However, he was young and did not know how to do it. He had no idea how to proceed. Was he supposed to directly state his grievances to the emperor? He didn't have the guts. Coincidentally, at this moment, heaven sent a person in front of him. The carriage jolted. Fan Xian slowly woke up and yawned. His spirit appeared a bit weary. The matter of Hongzhu had been dug out by him. He did not let Hongzhu know about the follow-up. He had only silently done it, and only told him today. Fan Xian knew that given the trend of Hongzhu's development in the palace, and the degree of trust the emperor had in him, in less than 3 years, this little eunuch would certainly have considerable influence. At that time, he would casually say a word, and there would be many people from the 6 ministries in court willing to risk their lives for him and help him get revenge. Thus he had to do it 3 years ago. Furthermore, he had to do it cleanly. He had to do it without threats, show no favoritism, and leave no future trouble. This was a top-notch method of giving favors. The Zhizhou who died was the Zhizhou of Yingzhou. Hangzhou was recorded as a Jiaozhou person. The two places were very far apart. The case of the family massacre had happened too long ago. No one remembered it. Fan Xian was not worried that someone would guess Hangzhou's connection to this matter. On this point, he was very careful and didn't tell anyone. In the future, even if the emperor found out that the Zhizhou of Yingzhou had died an abnormal death, and found that it was the Overwatch Council who did it, Fan Xian would be able to find a basket of excuses. As long as it had nothing to do with the people around him, and nothing important in the palace, the life of a mere Zhizhou, in the emperor's eyes, was not as valuable as his own son's. He lifted the corner of the carriage window, and narrowed his eyes to look at the already distant and indistinct corner tower of the royal palace. He wished the little eunuch would be able to soar in there. To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 331. The carriage stopped in front of the Overwatch Council. Fan Xian got off and walked directly into the council. Along the way, he smiled and greeted the officials he met. This was the first time he had come to the council after the chaos of rumors, so he found that the gazes of the council officials were burning. In reality, many of the lower-level officials did not know who Yi Qingmei was. Every day, they looked at those lines of glittering words, and that name that looked down on all men. After a long time, they would always feel a familial sense of familiarity and closeness. Under Chen Pingping's deliberate and unintentional connivance, the heads of the 8 bureaus, Zhong Zhui, and the other old fellows all began to proclaim to their subordinates what kind of business the Yi family had once been, and what the Yi family had done for the Overwatch Council. In the end, they raised this theory to the point that without the Yi family, there would be no Overwatch Council. After all, the Yi family had fallen because of the crime of rebellion. At first, hearing their superiors praise the Yi family without restraint, the officials of the Overwatch Council couldn't help but feel anxious. However, they found that the court did not seem to be afraid of this, and Commissioner Fan's other identity was also very interesting. Thus, everyone began to be interested in some of the details of the past. After a few rounds of brainwashing, the people of the council felt a great sense of closeness toward the Yi family. There was a feeling of the relationship between soldiers and water. Now that they knew Commissioner Fan was the biological son of the name on the stone tablet, their gazes when they looked at Commissioner Fan were not only the usual respect, but also a glimmer of true fear and closeness. No wonder the old director would do everything he could to have this seemingly weak young master take over the Overwatch Council. The people of the Qing Kingdom, regardless of whether they were officials or commoners, all paid attention to what was right and proper. Fan Xian had gradually demonstrated his strength and sufficient intelligence in council affairs. He also had the identity of being a descendant of the Yi family that could not be announced, but was known by the hearts of the people. It would be of great help to him taking full control of the Overwatch Council. At least, the suspicions of the people inside had basically been eliminated. Fan Xian did not have the time to use this opportunity to subdue the thousands of officials in the council. He hurriedly walked to the large plain surrounded by the square building. The winter snow had already faded, and the spring wind was still far away. The tall trees were desolate and bare, and the shallow pond was frozen like a mirror. The fish inside had probably died long ago. Chen Pingping sat in the wheelchair, wrapped in a thick fur coat. He listened to the sobbing and mellow singing. His eyes were slightly closed, and his right hand was gently tapping the wheelchair's handle to the rhythm. Da-da-da-da-da. This scene easily made Fan Xian think of a world in which there were also old men who liked to sit on old rattan chairs. The afternoon sun slipped into the alley. The old phonograph was playing an old Shanghai record. Yao Li's, or Bai Hong's soft and mellow singing mingled with the specks of sunlight. But the problem was that Chen Pingping was not Li Jingguang, and he was not listening to a phonograph. The old man's level was much higher than the average person's. Fan Xian didn't have time to appreciate the old cripple's feudalistic petty bourgeoisie. He looked sympathetically at Sang Wen, who was standing under a withered tree in the middle of winter, singing non-stop. Her face was red from the cold, but her voice did not tremble. He didn't know if it was because she was used to singing in the cold, or if her singing skills were truly amazing. What a waste of a heavenly gift. Fan Xian waved his hand for Sang Wen to stop. He smiled and said, I invited Sang Wen to the courtyard to borrow her abilities, not to have her sing for you. Chen Pingping opened his eyes and smiled. The division of labor is different, but it is all to serve the court. If Sang Wen can make me happy, I can live a few more years. It is much better than staying by your side. Fan Xian's heart jumped. He knew what Chen Pingping meant. It looked like he also knew that his body could not hold out for much longer. I have to leave immediately. He gently patted the back of Chen Pingping's wrinkled and dry hand. I'm taking Sang Wen with me. Baohua brothel still needs to develop in Jiangnan. She can leave in the spring. Chen Pingping sighed. Going with the third prince. It will be good to look after him. Fan Xian felt very angry. How could he have almost forgotten about the third prince's matter? Sang Wen bowed respectfully, and then left with Su Wenmao, leaving room for the old and young Overwatch Council officials to speak. They were far away, so they couldn't hear what Chen Pingping and Fan Xian were saying. They could only see Fan Xian half crouching on the ground, his expression growing heavier and heavier. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingping smiled again, and gently patted Fan Xian's head as if to comfort him. Let's go, Fan Xian said to Su Wenmao. He then glanced at Sang Wen beside him. He had single-handedly rescued Sang Wen from Baohua brothel, and had directly transferred her into the Overwatch Council. She could be considered someone he trusted. However, these days, Sang Wen basically had no opportunity to stay by his side. Instead, she was responsible for singing for Chen Pingping every day. How have you been recently, Miss Sang? Fan Xian asked. Sang Wen smiled warmly. Her slightly plump cheeks looked very happy, and her slightly big mouth was not too glaring. She said harmoniously, I don't have anything else to do every day. I just sing some songs for the old man. It's very relaxing. Very good. Fan Xian smiled warmly. Fan Xian smiled and said, according to the director's intentions, you can go to Jiangnan in a few months. These days, he suddenly paused and said evenly, you stay by the director's side and make him happier. The carriage stopped in front of the Overwatch Council, and prepared to head in the direction of the 28 Li Hill. The date the emperor had set for Fan Xian to leave the capital was too close, and there was too little time. It caught Fan Xian unprepared. There were many things he had to arrange before leaving the capital that had to be done within these few days. Thus he appeared particularly busy today. Gao Da and the other 3 tiger guards were still not in the carriage. Fan Xian did not have enough trust in these personal bodyguards. Fan Xian waited for a moment before Su Wenmao climbed into the carriage. Rubbing his slightly red hands, he lowered his voice and reported, the third bureau has moved the files of the palace. Eunuch Yao went to the outskirts of the capital. This matter was not kept a secret, so the palace did not order the council to destroy the files. What did Lao Yao go to the outskirts of the capital for? Fan Xian asked curiously. Su Wenmao placed his palm across his throat and made a throat-slitting gesture. The eunuch who attacked the hanging temple last time. His adoptive parents are in a village in the outskirts of the capital. Eunuch Yao went to deal with this matter and left with the guards. Fan Xian furrowed his brows tightly. A moment later, he sighed and said, assassinating the emperor, that eunuch did not consider the consequences. He did not think, regardless of whether or not he succeeded, the relatives in the village would probably all die. The carriage slowly began to move. Su Wenmao saw that the commissioner's expression was a bit unhappy. He didn't understand why. Assassination was a great crime. This time, the palace had already controlled the scope of the punishment. Not implicating the 9 generations of the eunuch was already a benevolent policy. Sir is benevolent. However, this kind of matter cannot be relaxed, Su Wenmao explained. Only a few dozen people died. Fan Xian was not a hypocrite. The discomfort in his heart had another reason. He said, I just hate that eunuch. He only wanted revenge, and did not care about the kindness of his adoptive parents. Su Wenmao was surprised. A moment later he said, to say something disgraceful, the death of one's father is absolutely irreconcilable. Naturally, that eunuch should be hacked into 1,000 pieces, and his bones ground to dust. However, no one is surprised that he made this choice. Fan Xian was silent, but he laughed coldly in his heart. The Qing kingdom was founded by the emperor, and it emphasized the rule of filial piety. The law of the Qing kingdom stipulated that relatives should hide from each other, so he could be judged innocent. A look of disgust suddenly appeared between his brows. However, he could not say this to anyone beside him. He thought about how the eunuch, in order to avenge his father, had abandoned the hard work of his adoptive parents and sent them to their deaths. He felt that it was only right. What kind of dog**t logic was this? They arrived at the 28 Li Hill, and the carriage followed the long street. The brightly painted shop doors seemed to be welcoming Fan Xian's arrival. The carriage arrived in front of Qingyu Hall. Before Su Wenmao had time to hand over his visiting card, he heard a few squeaks. The large courtyard, which had not been opened for a long time, opened without hesitation to welcome the arrival of a certain someone. Today, the 17 shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall were not in their own rooms, nor were they in the manners of the various princes doing their accounts. Instead, they stood neatly at the door to welcome Fan Xian. Seeing Fan Xian step out of the carriage, the 17 of them knelt on the ground and bowed. Fan Xian hurriedly asked the shopkeepers to rise. He glanced at the familiar seventh in line, and nodded with a smile. Shopkeeper Yi was nearly 50 years old, and his eyes were gentle. He knew that outside the door was not a place to talk, and he did not know why this young master dared to come in broad daylight. But he still maintained his calm. He gestured for Fan Xian to enter the hall and take a seat. Another servant went to greet the others. Gauda and the other two shook their heads. They were loyal to the emperor's strict orders, and did not leave Fan Xian's side. Fan Xian used his gaze to indicate that Yida was fine, and then he entered the middle hall. After taking a seat, he ordered Gauda and the other two to stand guard outside the door. At this time, there were no outsiders in the hall. The 17 shopkeepers were a little timid, a little scared, and a little excited. There were rumors outside that the young official in front of them was a descendant of the Yi family, the son of the lady. Heavens, if this was true, then Fan Xian must have come today to say something important. But Fan Xian was sitting in the seat of honor. If he was not willing to admit his identity, the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall did not have the courage to hug his leg and cry. Fortunately, Fan Xian did not allow this kind of silence to continue for too long. After a moment of silence he said, "And Ji has come today because of the matter from a year and a half ago." Shopkeeper Yi had not expected Sir Fan Jr. to speak of this. He was surprised and looked at him in surprise. Fan Xian smiled and explained, "Back then, I had the intention of having my younger brother Sija become a disciple of the head shopkeeper. However, the head shopkeeper was busy and did not inform me, so I had my younger brother bring cured meat to your door. Now, I do not know where my useless brother is, so naturally, there is no need to bring this matter up again. But head shopkeeper, don't mention the other matter we talked about back then. You have also forgotten. How could Yida forget? That day, Fan Xian had secretly pointed out that he would be in charge of the palace treasury in the future, and had come to seek help from Qingyu Hall, allowing them the possibility of leaving the capital. Fan Xian's proposal made all of the attendants of Qingyu Hall very excited. If they could leave the capital, and once again get close to the property the lady had left behind, of course, these shopkeepers would be happy. However, they had always been intimidated by the power of the emperor, and they did not dare to judge whether or not Fan Xian had the ability to persuade the palace. Most importantly, they did not know what Fan Xian's goal was, and what he was thinking, so they did not take the initiative to give Fan Xian an explanation afterward. But who would have thought that the situation would change so wonderfully? First, Fan Xian had suddenly risen in power in a year and a half, becoming the most popular young official in Qing Kingdom, and his control of the palace treasury had become an ironclad matter. Now, there was a rumor that he was the son of the lady. If this matter was true, then Fan Xian's reason for gathering Qingyu Hall was very clear. Shopkeeper Yi coughed and said with a serious expression, "Sir, of course, we are very willing, but we do not know if the palace will allow it." Now he no longer doubted Fan Xian's intentions, but he still doubted Fan Xian's ability. Fan Xian smiled and nodded. The hall exploded with a buzz. Shock and boundless joy appeared on the faces of the old and steady 17 shopkeepers. Ever since the Yi family had fallen, they had been placed under house arrest in Jingdo, and had not been able to leave. Suddenly hearing such good news, how could they control themselves? Fan Xian took a sip of tea, and looked at the childlike innocent smiles of these 40 and 50-year-old shopkeepers. A very sincere smile also appeared on his face. Because of their mother, these people had been trapped in Jingdo in the prime of their youth. Now that he was able to do something for them, it made him very happy. Naturally, not all of them can go, Fan Xian warned. Their families also have to stay in the capital. The joyful and slightly crying shopkeepers paused and listened to him continue. After going to Jiangnan, let's take turns coming. Just think of it as a vacation. What do you all think? Only now did everyone know that Sir Fan Jr. was making a naughty joke. After a moment of surprise, they laughed loudly. Fan Xian gave a few more reminders, encouraging everyone to remember the emperor's grace and do their best for the court. This nonsense was said for the tiger guards outside the door to hear. Only then did he quietly say, "Seventh Yi shopkeeper will have to trouble you to go with me this time. As for the rest of you, please discuss it among yourselves. However, you have to leave an older person in Jingdo." Seventh Yi was standing by his side and asked with furrowed brows. Fan Xian smiled and said, "Baiwa brothel will soon be empty. You all have to help me manage it. For such an ecstatic place, I can only ask an old and virtuous person to manage it." It was another cold joke, but the shopkeepers could only laugh bitterly. After a long time, the laughter finally died down, but for some reason, a different faint emotion grew in the hall. In reality, the shopkeepers were not seriously listening to what Fan Xian said. They were just looking at his appearance intently, trying to find something familiar about him. Although Fan Xian had not said it explicitly when he came today, his actions had already explained too much. Everyone, including shopkeeper Yi, had long believed that he was truly a descendant of the Yi family. Amidst the silence, shopkeeper Yi was in front. The other 13 shopkeepers stood in 2 rows behind him, facing Fan Xian, who was sitting in the middle. They lifted their robes and knelt down in unison. "We will follow young master's orders. The after-effects of drinking too much headache. It should be gone tomorrow. I am truly sorry." To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 332. The New Year's festival was Changchun, and it was the annual New Year's festival. Without a doubt, it was not delayed, but there was nothing new. This winter, Fan Xian had not spent most of his time in the Tsang Mountains. Furthermore, after the events that had occurred, Wanu and Ruoro had been frightened into returning to the capital. Everyone was present except for the second Fan, so Fan Manor was quite lively. There was a thick layer of red confetti in front of the mansion, like a big wedding carpet. The air was filled with the smell of smoke. It was a little pungent and a little sweet. The big and small kitchens were filled with fish and meat, which made the masters and servants feel that their lives were too blissful. Fortunately, the medicine that the young master caught was very effective. On the night of the New Year's Eve, the palace gave them a few large dishes and a few small trinkets. Fan Xian did not pay much attention to it. He was in his room, having a difficult conversation with his wife and sister. After solving the confusion of the 2 ladies, he did not wait for them to wake up from their shock and endless confusion. He led them to the front house. After the New Year's Eve dinner was hastily eaten, the family gathered around and played a few rounds of mahjong. Fan Xian lay behind Wanner and crossed his arms. From time to time, he would come up with some bad ideas, and successfully lost a lot of money to the two elders. He purposely picked a few classic jokes from his previous life, and finally managed to alleviate some of the strange feelings at the table. The next day, on the first day of the new year, the young people who had been keeping watch struggled to wake up, and went to the front hall to pay their respects. Fan Xian was not careless at all. He knelt down on both knees, and under the strange gazes of the crowd, he was calm as usual. He kowtowed to his father 3 times, and with 3 loud thuds, his forehead touched the ground. Old Master Fan stroked his beard and smiled. He was unspeakably comforted. The women went out to play with glutinous rice balls. On the first day of the new year, there were only a few bachelors left in the front hall. Fan Xian walked behind his father and gently massaged his shoulders. Ever since the rumors had spread, perhaps because he had broken through the demons in his heart, Fan Xian no longer kept himself behind a curtain. He began to express the emotions that a son should have. The distance between father and son seemed much closer than before. Minister of Revenue Fan Jian rested while enjoying his son's service. He asked, "How is Xizha over there?" Fan Xian respectfully replied, "Not bad. Wang Qinian is a clever man." Fan Jian smiled slightly. "You know many people in northern Qi. I am not worried about that." He suddenly shook his head and said, somewhat baffled, "It's strange in Ji. I see that you treat the northerners quite well, but don't forget that there is a death feud between our two countries that cannot be resolved. There's no harm in using them sometimes, but you can't trust them completely, especially not placing your last hope on them." Fan Xian was slightly startled. He didn't know if his father had guessed something. He chuckled and explained. Fan Jian suddenly asked with concern, "Old Fei treated your injuries, how are you now?" Fan Xian didn't want his father to worry, so he didn't tell him the truth about his jinqi dissipating. He nodded and said, "I'm almost healed. After 2 more months of rest, there shouldn't be anything to worry about." 2 more months. Fan Jian furrowed his brows and said, "Jiangnan is not like Jingdo. The mountains are high, the rivers are deep, and the emperor is far away. Your body is also not as good as it was in the past. You must be careful in everything you do. You cannot be like you have been these past 2 years, fighting to be the first in everything. Once you make a move, you must put the opponent to death." Fan Xian heard the worry in his father's words, and also knew that his elder was reminding him. In the battles in the capital, Fan Xian had always been ruthless. Even when facing the eldest princess and second prince, he had never retreated. He had always been ruthless and bold. However, once he went to Jiangnan, faced the officials of the borders, and went deep into the headquarters of the Jiangnan aristocratic families. Although it seemed that no one could shake him in terms of power, without his father and Chun Pingping behind him, he should do things more smoothly. Father and son exchanged opinions on the matters after the new year. They also made a sufficiently detailed analysis of what changes the eldest princess would bring to the court after she entered the capital. Fan Jian reminded Fan Xian that he should pay attention to who the scholar who would enter the cabinet after the new year. Fan Xian didn't understand what his father meant by specifically mentioning that literary master, but he still firmly remembered that person's name in his heart. Fan Jian gently patted the pair of steady and young hands on his shoulder and smiled slightly. "It looks like the emperor is truly prepared to hand the Overwatch Council to you. In the future, when you are in the council, he will have to find a civil official in the court who can match your reputation and position. This is preparation for the future." When Hu the scholar led the change in the style of writing, he was just a young man in his early 20s. Now he was about 40 years old. In the south of the world, his literary name was flourishing. Before Fan Xian was born, he was truly in the limelight. However, in recent years, his official fortunes had not been smooth. He wandered from place to place among the 7 roads. His position was high, but he had no real power. Now that he had entered the capital, he became the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. He didn't plan on interfering too much with court politics. and he certainly wouldn't provoke Hu the scholar. Presumably, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. The father and son chatted a bit more. Fan Xian remembered that the clan still had to worship their ancestors today, so he asked probingly. Fan Xian turned his head and glanced at his son. He sighed and shook his head. He thought to himself that it was a rare thing for this child to have such intentions. However, he could show his intentions, but he couldn't have his name enter the family records. After all, he still had to worry about the face of that person in the palace. Fan Xian was just trying to see if there was such a possibility. Seeing that his father's reaction was very direct, he knew that he was still dreaming. He felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. The morning sun shone warmly in the Fan family garden. Most of the people, including Minister Fan, Lady Lu and Ruoruo, had already gone to the Fan clan ancestral hall where the country estate was. Even the housekeepers, nannies and serving girls had gone. At this moment, there were only a few people left in the front and back residences. It seemed particularly quiet. "I know you want to go." Wanner sat by his side and comforted him in a quiet voice. Fan Xian was reading a book. The Dongbo bookstore had printed the first batch of Zhuang's commentary collection. The name was given by Fan Xian, and the words were also written by Fan Xian. According to Seventh Yi, the sales were very good. The money was coming in faster than expected, particularly since the Northern Qi court had ordered 10,000 copies at once. It made Fan Xian's wallet bulge again. Hearing his wife's words, he smiled slightly and raised his head. Carelessly putting the book to one side, he made a sound of acknowledgement. "What? Worried that I'll take things too hard?" Wanner smiled and said, "Why aren't you worried that I'll take things too hard?" Fan Xian gently stretched out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. Sticking to her slightly cold face, he asked with concern, "How has your health been recently?" Wanner misunderstood what he was talking about. Resting on his shoulder, her face showed a slightly worried expression. "There's still no movement." Fan Xian laughed out loud and said, "Who cares about that unborn daughter? I'm just asking how your health is. Sir Fei treated me the way he treats cows. Now I'm beginning to doubt his ability." "There's nothing wrong with my body." Wanner thought for a moment and then asked curiously, "Why a daughter?" "A daughter is good. She doesn't have to stand in court and fight battles every day," Fan Xian said with a smile. His way of thinking was, of course, very different from that of the people of this world. Lin Wanner pulled away from Fan Xian. Pointing to her heart, she giggled and said, "It's not good being a girl either. Marrying a husband and not knowing who he really is. It's not good here." Fan Xian's hand went straight to his wife's soft chest. With a serious expression, he said, "Let me see if the problem is serious." The couple joked around for a while, but they couldn't completely put that matter behind them. Wanner faintly said, "Who would have thought that you were my cousin? Isn't that good?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "Sister Lin, let me hear you call me Brother Xian." Wanner spat. "Bah, you're not Jia Baoyu." Fan Xian thought she was right. He was much prettier than Jia Baoyu. He rolled his eyes and left the room. Wanner didn't know what he was going to do, and was very curious. Unexpectedly, after a while, Fan Xian returned to the room. It was just that. He was wearing tattered clothes that servants didn't often wear. Lin Wanner looked at him dressed like a little beggar, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fan Xian's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide open. He happily said, "Cousin, ahaha ahaha, I've finally been waiting for you." Lin Wanner was stunned. Why did her husband suddenly go crazy? Was it fun to call her cousin like that? She hesitated and asked, "Cousin?" Fan Xian laughed foolishly and said, "Ah, I'm your cousin Hong Qi." Lin Wanner was dumbfounded. Hearing her husband speak nonsense with a Jiaozhou accent, she didn't know what to say for a long time. Fan Xian looked at her reaction and felt disheartened. Lowering his head like a defeated soldier, he went out to change his clothes. "Husband, earlier, what were you doing?" "Imitating east to west." Fan Xian's face was bitter. "Imitating show? Show. It's what people in the South often call coquettish. Don't ask, just think of it as me being coquettish." Fan Xian's level of acting was actually very high. Ever since he was reborn into this world, he had begun to play the role of a naive child, an immortal poet, and a saint of love. Acting had always been his strong suit. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have had the confidence to use such a passionate performance in the palace, in that little building, to deceive the unfathomable emperor. But people always needed rest, so he didn't want to hide too much in front of the people closest to him, such as his wife and his sister. After his past was exposed, Wanner was shocked, but she gradually accepted reality. Suddenly, her husband had become her cousin. She only felt a wonderful romantic feeling of being closer to him. But for Ruoruo, her brother had suddenly become someone she didn't have any blood relations with. This was something she couldn't understand. So these days, Miss Fan had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Fan Xian, as if she didn't know how to face her brother. Her mind was restless. Even Fei Jie's classes were muddled. The manor didn't dare let her go to the Imperial Academy of Medicine to discuss the important matter of saving people with the old masters. Ruoro just hasn't come around, Wanner comforted. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. Am I not still her brother? This truth can't be changed. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment. He then said, After I leave, if things can settle down there, I'll take you there. As for my sister, I think she'll be leaving the capital soon. Hearing these words, Lin Wanner was very happy. She clung to his shoulder and said, I heard the water in Jiangnan is good. The people born there are all like in a painting. I've never traveled far before. This time I have to have a good time. Fan Xian teased. Don't tell me you're going to see a handsome guy. Lin Wanner couldn't resist such a naughty joke. Her incomparably round face immediately flushed red. Seeking death, she clenched her fists and punched Fan Xian's body. Fan Xian laughed and caught her pair of small fists. Seriously, he said. The eldest princess has returned to the capital. You have to go see her. Hearing this, all sorts of feelings welled up in Lin Wanner's heart. Her soft intestines were tangled. She didn't know how to deal with this relationship. Fan Xian comforted her. I know this is very difficult, but you have to learn to tear this piece of paper in half. We don't cross each other's paths and each have our own business. This matter could not be resolved with comfort and persuasion. Fan Xian also understood this, so he could only drop it and not talk about it. On the contrary, it was Wanner who braced herself and worried about the palace treasury matter on his behalf. Husband, even if you take all of the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall, I'm afraid you won't be able to control the palace treasury in the shortest amount of time. After all, Mother has run it for so many years. Most of the local officials in Jiangnan have to look to her. She hesitated for a moment and then said seriously, particularly if you take the Yi family elders to Jiangnan, it will easily cause discussion among the people and the court. Fan Xian nodded and calmly said, I also understand, but this matter must be done. The shopkeepers have all been managing the businesses of the manors and manors these years. I also don't completely understand what they are thinking, and whether or not they can trust me. However, those things in the palace treasury, if it weren't for them, it would be impossible. The reason the court has kept a close eye on them these years is because they understand the manufacturing process of the palace treasury. This information is of utmost importance to the court. They cannot allow the knowledge in their minds to spread to northern Qi or Dongyi. However, the various businesses of the palace treasury always require technical guidance. That is how they have managed to preserve their lives. Lin Wanner was silent for a while, then quietly said, Don't look at how these shopkeepers seem to move about freely in the capital. In reality, they have people following them for many years. If they show any signs of leaking secrets, the people around them will immediately kill them. Fan Xian said with slight surprise, I can guess that. However, I don't know which side those people are from. I've checked in the council. The Overwatch Council is only responsible for the periphery. The person responsible for silencing them was not found. They are people from the palace, Lin Wanner said with a worried expression. They will probably follow you to Jiangnan. The eunuch subordinates? Fan Xian smiled comfortingly. Ever since he entered the capital, he had a good relationship with the eunuchs in the palace. Regardless of which palace or which faction the eunuchs belonged to, they all deeply regarded Commissioner Fan as a close friend. Don't worry about these things, he said after thinking for a bit. He thought for a bit, and then said, "Although the matter of the palace treasury has not been carried out, the general situation is already set. Your brother Shirtu probably does not have much of a chance. The battle between the princes will not surface again for at least a few years. I think this is what the emperor is most grateful to me for, although he did not say it." Lin Wanner sighed and gazed at her husband in a daze. A moment later she faintly said, "Don't think of things so simply. In my opinion, the emperor just doesn't like his sons making a ruckus. As for what exactly he is thinking, who knows? Take the second brother for example. Even if he is currently confined at home, who knows if he will suddenly make a comeback in the future?" Fan Xian's heart froze as he listened to his wife continue her analysis. The emperor is a very special person. Lin Wanner opened her eyes wide, revealing a completely different intelligence and craftiness than usual. He is a ruler of a generation who crawled out of blood and fire. His greatest characteristic is his self-confidence, extreme self-confidence. He doesn't believe that there is anything in the world that can truly shake his position. Thus, the battle for imperial power only brings him annoyance. It's just that as a father, he doesn't want to see his own flesh and blood fighting each other. I think he doesn't care about the title that the crown prince has. Who inherits the throne in the future will actually depend on what he thinks in his heart, and how his brothers perform in the years to come. Even these things are not important to the emperor. Lin Wanner continued in a quiet voice. Uncle's health is good, and he is not old. He thinks he can still live for many years. He has never thought about the problem of passing on the throne. His thoughts are actually still on the world. His ambition still exists. Fan Xian's temple throbbed. He furrowed his brows and said, "The emperor, is he still preparing for war?" Hard to say. Lin Wanner was, after all, a girl and did not like matters of the fires of war. Faintly she said, "Actually, it has been quiet for a dozen years. It is already very strange. Presently, she who does not dare to come east. The Nanyue matter is about to be settled. The emperor is only waiting for you to gather up the palace treasury. The people in Jiangnan will gradually be at peace, and the national treasury will have enough silver and grain. He will probably send out troops again." "It depends on the scope," Fan Xian said. "The key is the level of the war. If it is still a small skirmish like last year, there is no need to worry too much." "Worry?" Lin Wanner smiled. "This matter is naturally for the emperor and the Bureau of Military Affairs to worry about. You're going to be sent out to Jiangnan, so don't worry. Even if the Overwatch Council wants to participate in the war, it is the Third Bureau's business." Fan Xian smiled and didn't explain anything. If the Qing Emperor was truly preparing to start the Second World War, he would have to go and dispel his thoughts. If intelligence did not work, then he would try violence. Lin Wanner didn't know he was thinking of such treasonous things and said to herself, "Logically speaking, the crown prince should be the one to take over the throne. As you know, the emperor has never liked the empress, so there are variables in this matter. Other than the great prince, everyone else has a chance, even if the third prince is only 8 or 9 years old. Although everyone in court knows that your trip to Jiangnan is a disguised exile, for the emperor to have you bring the third prince, this matter is a bit strange. You have to look into it." Fan Xian nodded, and still didn't say anything. Very calmly, he listened to his wife's words. He knew that he was about to leave the capital, and Wanner was worried, which was why she had made an exception to say so many things. There seems to be no difference whether the Empress Dowager likes the crown prince or the second prince. She dislikes the great prince the most, and she also dislikes the third prince. Lin Wanner lightly spoke of the secrets of the palace. Although the empress does not have any real power, she has always been on good terms with Mother. Fan Xian listened attentively to the politics of the Qing kingdom's harem and interjected, "Why doesn't she like the third prince?" Lin Wanner glanced out the window and hesitantly said, "Probably because of the relationship with the master. You also know that Iguipin has a close relationship with our family. Wanner, in your opinion, what should I do this time when I go to Jiangnan?" Fan Xian asked very seriously. Lin Wanner very straightforwardly said, "Strictly control the third prince and maintain a distance. A teacher is a teacher." You can't let the Empress Dowager think that you are purposely trying to instill something into him. In addition, you have to investigate the case quickly and can't drag it out. If it drags out for too long, your days won't be easy. Mother does not only have the second prince and the imperial censorate in court. Fan Xian was startled. Lin Wanner's heart struggled for a long time before she quietly said, "Perhaps everyone thinks that she was on good terms with the Eastern Palace in the past only to hide the second prince's smoke bomb. But you have to be on guard. Perhaps one day, the crown prince will lean toward her side again." After a moment of silence, Fan Xian became gloomy. The ways of the world made his own wife sink into such a pitiful situation. He knew that the Eastern Palace would not watch him grow up. This had to do with the hatred of the past. However, he had not thought that the eldest princess would be so good at dancing and acting like a two-timing ace. Thinking of that amusing mother-in-law, Fan Xian couldn't help but smile. On the first day of the new year, ancestors were worshipped. On the second day, a large group of officials from the capital swarmed to the door to give New Year greetings. On the third day, the entire Fan Manor escaped and hid in King Jing's manor for a gathering. Fan Xian and Crown Prince Hongqing awkwardly met to reminisce. On the fourth day, Ren Xiaoan and Exan Qiwu jointly invited Fan Xian to a day of feasting as a farewell. On the fifth day, the Yin father and son went to the Fan Manor. After Yin Ruohai had resigned, he was quite fond of Go and played with the minister until the sky darkened. Fan Xian and Yin Bingyan talked in secret in the little study until the sky darkened. On the sixth day, they visited Chen Garden. On the seventh day, tens of thousands of people went out in Jingdo. Chickens did not crow, dogs did not bite, and 18-year-old girls ran through the streets. Fan Xian took his wife, sister, Ro Jia, and Yi Linger, the four young ladies, and ran amok in the capital. On the eighth day at noon, the Duke's manor invited them. At dusk, the Fan clan gathered. Fan Xian became the focus of the banquet. After the 15th day of the first month, Fan Xian left the capital. A group of people came to the dock south of Jingdo. This river was called the Wei River. The Lujing River flowed into it. A few hundred li south of the Wei River would merge into the Great River. Following the river, they would arrive in Jiangnan, which was even more prosperous than Jingdo. Fan Xian followed the plan he had discussed with the emperor. To the outside world, he only said he was going back to Danzhou to see his grandmother, and then he would go to Jiangnan. To outsiders, this trip and return meant that he would not arrive in Suzhou until at least March. No one thought he would arrive earlier. Leaving the capital today, Fan Xian did not have anyone send him off, including the officials he was familiar with in the council and the officials in court. He had not expected that the students of the Imperial College would know the news ahead of time and all come to the dock. Fan Xian had not held a position in the Imperial College for long, but he had always been very amiable. Last year, during the spring examinations, he had spent a large amount of silver to arrange for countless poor students. He had also uncovered the cheating case of the spring examinations and opened the eyes of the scholars under heaven. As for the poetry talks in front of the palace and the gifts of books by people, all of this added together to make his position in the hearts of the scholars high and not far off. His reputation was excellent. After he entered the Overwatch Council as commissioner, he had dealt with a number of bribery cases. While he was rectifying, he had played some small tricks in the light. Thus, the darkness of the Overwatch Council did not cause his brilliance to be greatly diminished. As for the later case of his past, it was strange. In reality, scholars often considered themselves to be virtuous and did not take pride in their family background. When they learned that the leader of their group, that poet Sir Fan Jr., actually had such a glorious and splendid background, the scholars did not feel the slightest bit of conflict in their hearts. On the contrary, they felt an unbearably sour and proud feeling. So what if he was an official? So what if he was a merchant? The leader of us scholars is also a prince. On the pier, whether it was the instructors or the students of the Imperial College, when faced with this scene of parting, they all felt a sense of regret. For a moment, the pier was a boiling cauldron of voices. It was very lively. In the end, Fan Xian drank 3 cups of wine in a row before he finally returned the favor of the scholars. The scene was very lively and glorious. Presumably, it would not be long before the news spread throughout the court. With great difficulty, he managed to persuade the crowd to leave. Fan Xian gently held Wanner's hands and carefully warned her countless times. He also said that he would send someone to pick her up when spring warmed up. Only then did Wanner's tears stop. Wanner watched the distant scholars leave. She suddenly laughed and teased. "Did you tell them?" Fan Xian's cheeks reddened a little. He explained, "I was fulfilling their beautiful wishes." He turned his head to look and saw his sister hiding behind the family's servant girls. Her head was bowed and she did not speak. She did not want to come forward. It was clear that she was secretly crying. Seeing the girl's cowering appearance, Fan Xian did not know why his anger rose for no reason. He pushed aside the people who were sending them off and came in front of Ruoruo. He shouted, "What are you crying for?" Ruoruo did not expect her brother to come directly in front of her. She jumped in fright and quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She stuttered, "No, nothing." She suddenly thought that it had already been more than 10 years. Her brother had never been so fierce to her. How could he be so fierce today? After all, he was not her biological brother. He was not as gentle to her as he had been in the past. Thinking of this, she, who was as elegant as a chrysanthemum, could not help but feel sad. Tears flowed from her eyes, but she stubbornly bit her lower lip. She felt an indescribable sense of tragedy. Seeing his sister like this, Fan Xian was so angry that he laughed. He gritted his teeth and did not know what to do. The servants beside him also quickly moved out of the way. They did not dare to stay next to these two masters of the Fan Manor. Fortunately, Wanner came over at this time. She hugged Ruoruo and quietly comforted her. She also said that Fan Xian was in a bad mood after leaving the capital, which was why he was so fierce. Only then did Ruoruo gradually calm down. Fan Xian was fierce because he could not bear to see his sister sad and purposely avoid him. The anger he had suppressed for the past 10 days was very strong. Seeing his sister looking at him with lingering fear, he sighed in his heart. Softening his voice, he said, "It is natural for me to be fierce to you. I am your brother, and you are my sister. If I am not fierce to you, you should be sad." Ruoruo was also an exceptionally intelligent person. Hearing this, she understood the so-called close and distant relationship. If her brother did not see her as his own sister, why would he be fierce to her in front of so many people? The girl thought this through, and a glimmer of happiness appeared on her face. She said to Fan Xian, Then seeing your brother go on a long journey, it is inevitable that you will be sad. Why are you so fierce?" She raised her head and spoke boldly. "Ha ha ha ha." Fan Xian finally laughed. He knew that the knot in his sister's heart had been resolved, and his heart was full of comfort. "Master, if we don't leave now, we will miss the time." On the large ship beside the dock, the servant girl Cece stood with her hands on her hips and shouted loudly at the head of the ship. Fan Xian was going to Jiangnan, so he always had a few close attendants at his side. Cece had followed him since Danzhou, so she was the first choice. Once this girl left the Fan Manor, she returned to the time in Danzhou. Her entire person seemed to brighten. Wanner watched her shout loudly and couldn't help but smile. "Husband, you really spoil this girl rotten." Fan Xian laughed and quietly reminded his sister of some important matters that were about to reach Jingdou. He then, in a shocking manner, pulled Wanner into his arms and fiercely kissed her a few times. Only then did he wave his sleeve and board the large ship by the river. As the saying goes, "I wave my sleeve and take away all the silver." Sir Fan Jr.'s departure from the capital had long become the topic of conversation for everyone in Jingdou. Regardless of whether it was in the taverns, tea houses, or deep mansions, they were all discussing this matter. The second prince, who was under house arrest in his manor, listened to the report of his subordinate strategist and sighed. "That bastard has finally left." The strategist had no plans and said hatefully, "It's a good thing he left quickly. Otherwise, I would have skinned him to help your highness vent your anger." The second prince was squatting on a chair, scooping out frozen milk soup to eat. Hearing this, he furrowed his brows and didn't speak for a long time. He smiled self-mockingly and faintly said, "No wonder people always say that I am similar to Commissioner Fan. So there is such a story behind it. However, the resemblance is one thing. I am not a match for him. You all have to be clear on this point." He jumped off the chair and looked at the free sky outside the courtyard. A sweet smile rose to his face. That bastard has finally left. It feels so good, like someone has taken away the poisonous snake behind me. 300 li outside Jingdo. An absurdly long group was slowly moving west. The woman from Xinjiang's Palace was walking on her way back to the capital. She didn't know that her son-in-law had also chosen to escape Jingdo on this day. Toward her kind expression and attempt to negotiate peace, the other party's reaction was to avoid it. Inside the solemn temple of Qing 3 li away, there was an extremely desolate yard. In the middle of the yard, there was a tall pile of dry firewood burning fiercely. The fire was so strong that it made the things inside crackle. The emperor held his hands behind his back and looked coldly at the pile of firewood. He looked at the body inside that was gradually turning into black smoke. Behind him, the great priest of the Qing kingdom maintained the calm of an ascetic monk, but fear rose in his eyes. Outside the Qing temple, the eunuch Hong Zhu was chatting with the guards. Tomorrow, he would be transferred to the empress's palace as the head eunuch. Today should be the last time he would serve the emperor. A few days later, on the Wei River, Fan Xian stood at the bow of the boat and was silent for a long time. The chilly river surface hit him in the face, but it could not blow into the expensive fur clothing he wore. He had already left the capital, but the reports were still coming in. The eldest princess had sent many scouts into the capital, and had the old servant bring many of the specialties of Xinjiang to Fan Manor. Nominally they were for honor. It seemed that his mother-in-law had finally acknowledged Fan Xian's power, after her failed attempts at assassination had been futile. She had begun to repair the relationship between mother and daughter. This was only a minor detail, and did not fall within the scope of the world that Chen Pingping had taught him. What truly interested Fan Xian was the news that the great priest of the Qing kingdom had returned to the country after many years. Because of his bitter training in the south, he had used up all of his essence and blood and died of old age. At the same time, he found out that Hong Zhu had been transferred to the empress's palace as the head eunuch. He was somewhat disappointed, but also somewhat happy. His student, Shi Chanli, used his hand to shield his eyes from the harsh river wind. He came to his side and asked, "Teacher, earlier the captain on the boat said that based on our current speed, we can pass Yingzhou tomorrow. In a few days, we will enter the territory of Jiangnan Road." The Jiangnan group changed boats at a secret dock in the Overwatch Council not far from the capital. The boat they were on was a common navy boat modified into a civilian boat. Facing the river wind, it was as if they could faintly see the picturesque lakes and mountains of Jiangnan. Fan Xian was slightly startled. He nodded and smiled. "Little sure, although the beauties of Jiangnan are waiting for your attention, there is no need to rush." Shi Chanli's expression became awkward. Baohua Brothel's business was going to expand to Jiangnan, so both he and Sangwen had to go. Sangwen could drag it out until March, but as Fan Xian's student, he did not dare to drag it out. He thought of his good friends and classmates from Tongfu Tavern. They were all now officials in Jiangnan, while he was going to become a world-famous brothel owner. He did not feel good in his heart. Traveling on the river in the cold and frozen weather was indeed a bit irritating. Sangwen had the good fortune of being kept by Director Chun, but the other person's luck was not so good. He had been forcefully ordered out of the palace by his own father, and did not have to wait until the warm spring flowers bloomed. The third prince timidly lifted the thick curtain of the boat and looked at Fan Xian. "Sir Sai, time to eat." The reason Fan Xian had the right to educate the prince was because he still had the status of Sai of the Imperial College, so the third prince called him that. Fan Xian turned his head and looked at the 8 or 9-year-old child. His smile carried a sinister coldness. "Has your highness finished your homework? I still have to dig into the details of the Jiangnan trip, so tomorrow this chapter will be shorter. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 333. Ingzhou was located to the north of the Great River, and coincidentally surrounded by countless mountains and rivers. To the east was the rich and populous land of Jiangnan. Looking to the northwest was the strategic location of Jingdou in the center of the Qing Kingdom. This prefecture was not far from the two most prosperous places in the Qing Kingdom. It also happened to be at the intersection of the Wei River and the Great River. Although the high mountains and precipitous ridges on both sides of the river brought many inconveniences to transportation, with the river on the side and the center of transportation, logically speaking, it should be a place where merchants gathered, busy, and the people lived happily. However, the present Ingzhou appeared somewhat run down. It was not that the scenery was dim or the houses were old. It was just that the people walking on the streets had heavy and lifeless expressions. The vendors on the side of the street did not raise their spirits. The pancakes, fruits, all seemed to have gone cold and wilted. Even the docks outside the city were not very lively. Most of the ships that traveled up and down the Qing Kingdom's river chose to dock at the docks downstream and abandon this place. There were only a few scattered ships at the docks. This made one of them, which was almost new, particularly eye-catching. The reason Ingzhou had become like this was because of the heavens. Last year, the Great River had flooded and broken through the dam upstream. Yellow waves flowed straight into the plains, drowning countless people and destroying countless houses. Fortunately, the weather had cooled quickly after the disaster, so there were no major epidemics. However, this kind of bone-breaking torment made all of Ingzhou appear lifeless. The second strange official, this Ingzhou Zhizhou, was once the emperor's disciple, but he did not receive any of the emperor's blessings. All day long, he only knew how to be a tyrant in the city, curry favor with the higher-ups, and bully the merchants and common people. He could not even maintain normal public order, let alone repair the river. He only knew how to collect exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes. Furthermore, it was rumored that this Zhizhou had connections with the mountain bandits in the mountains across the river. With such a governor of a province, the people's lives withered. Merchants moved stealthily, and proper merchants could not wait to hide. Who dared to stay in the city? The third strange official, the people of Ingzhou were valiant. Since ancient times, they had a glorious tradition of carrying a hoe to fight against the government. With such a ghost official, there were more and more poor commoners going down the river and up the mountain. However, the situation seemed to have changed a lot this year. First, the Ingzhou Zhizhou had been invited to tea by the Inspection Division of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council stationed in the city. Just as the people of Ingzhou rejoiced in their hearts and thought the Zhizhou was finally about to fall, he was respectfully sent back by the Overwatch Council. Just as people thought in disappointment that Ingzhou would continue to decline like this Zhizhou died. The people from Jingdou investigated for a long time before confirming that the Zhizhou's death had nothing to do with any conspiracy. He had simply died of illness. On the day the Zhizhou died, the people of Ingzhou silently lit countless strings of firecrackers. Naturally, no one dared to say it was to celebrate the death of the god of plagues. Those who did not know the inside story thought the people of Ingzhou had chosen this day to collectively get married. Another change was that the mountain bandits on the other side of the river seemed to have become a lot more well-behaved. The largest mountain stronghold seemed to have been massacred within a day, and the mountain bandits were scattered. It was said that a great figure of Jianghu had come from Jiangnan and was trying to subdue this group of forces. The people of Ingzhou were not happy for long. They thought they had celebrated the Little New Year early. Because the Zhizhou had died, the court would send another Zhizhou next year. Once the mountain bandits collapsed, there would immediately be another large group of mountain bandits. The lives of the common people would still be so difficult. There would not be any fundamental change. In a storeroom by the dock, a dozen or so laborers were gathered together discussing something. No matter how quiet the dock was, chatting in broad daylight was not the professional attitude that laborers should have. Furthermore, the vicious expressions on their faces seemed to reveal their other identity. Surrounded in the middle was a woman. She was about 20 years old and had regular features. She could not be considered a beauty, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. When she opened her mouth, The men around her obediently closed their mouths. It looked like she was the leader. "We've found out. It's a tea merchant from Jingdo. Sister Guan, they have guards on their boat," one of the laborers reminded. The person called Sister Guan was a famous bandit leader near Yingzhou. She had not been in Yingzhou for long, but she had already gathered a large group of powerful bandit leaders. It was rumored that she had a powerful background. Sister Guan smiled coldly and said, "They're just some merchants. What's so important? Besides, you've all gone to check it out. I don't need to tell you how heavy the boxes in the back room are, do I?" Her words were calm, but once the boxes were mentioned, the eyes of the laborers began to burn. Walking on the Jianghu, true mountain bandits looked at the dust on the wheels of a carriage to determine the weight of the goods inside, and from there their value. The mountain bandits near Yingzhou were actually part of the same class as pirates. They were most skilled at determining what exactly was on the boat from the depth of the water it took. Yesterday, a large ship had suddenly stopped on the dock. The hull was about 80% new. Looking at the thickness of the moss on the horizontal planks of the ship, the people who spent a lot of time on the dock knew that this ship had not been in the water for a long time. Nowadays, it was rare to see this kind of large ship in Yingzhou. For the mountain bandits, this was a rare fat sheep. Taking advantage of the time when the people on the ship disembarked to buy food, vegetables, and water, there were already people who had clearly investigated the situation on the ship. What confused these bandits was, since it was a tea merchant, why would there be such heavy goods in the back of the ship? As a result, the draft of this ship was clearly different from that of the ships they usually saw. This question was finally answered after a kitchen woman, who was acting as an informant, came on board. In the heavily guarded room at the back of the ship, there was a box. Looking at the strength of the planks of the ship and the faint scratches on the iron key in the compartment, the bandits' sharp eyes discovered that the box was filled to the brim with silver. No one would bring so much silver to Jiangnan to buy tea. Sister Guan actually still had some misgivings in her heart. However, since the young master wanted to subdue the mountain bandits near Yingzhou, he had to do a few large transactions and let these sweaty, smelly bandits smell something. Furthermore, what the young master wanted to do after spring did indeed require silver. Otherwise, she would not be in such a hurry to rob ships everywhere. One of the mountain bandits also felt that the matter was strange and said, "The ship is deep in the water, and there is no cargo on the ship. Perhaps there are river stones on the bottom of the ship," and third sister-in-law didn't see clearly. Sister Guan shook her head and said, "It's not a ship. Why would it need ballast stones? I just find it strange that the merchant on that big ship, why would he bring so much cash?" "Cash is good." A mountain bandit laughed strangely and said, "He stole the banknotes but didn't dare to go get them." These words were immediately echoed by his companions. They all laughed in unison, and their laughter was full of greed. Sister Guan furrowed her brows and said, "The problem is nowadays, which merchant would bring cash? Are they not worried about the problem of safety?" The mountain bandits looked at Sister Guan and thought that this leader did things shrewdly and fiercely. She also picked her targets very accurately. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in Jizhou, she had led her brothers to commit a few major crimes. However, sometimes she was a bit too careful. The problem of safety should be asked by that stupid tea merchant. Why ask her brothers? Sister Guan waved her hand to summon the third sister-in-law, who was responsible for gathering information. The third sister-in-law's face was dark and thin. She said fawningly, "Don't worry, there are only a dozen or so guards on the ship, along with a servant girl and a child. The master is a young man who is too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. His appearance is beautiful, but he doesn't know how to hide it at all. Presumably, he is some rich but useless second generation in the capital, who was sent to Jiangnan by his elders to hone himself. Bringing a servant girl. Presumably the young merchant couldn't stand the loneliness of the night." Sister Guan laughed coldly and relaxed slightly. If that tea merchant was really someone with a heart, he wouldn't have brought a woman to float on the river. Perhaps he really was a useless second generation, who thought that shiny silver was more comfortable than throwing banknotes. As for the dozen or so guards, they were not in her eyes. The dozen or so brothers under her were all fierce bandits with many lives on their hands. She believed that when they boarded the ship at night, those guards could only choose to die or jump into the river. The mountain bandits beside her looked at each other and suddenly laughed extremely lewdly. Sister Guan, when the matter is done tonight, reward us with the servant girl. Sister Guan blinked and revealed a trace of disdain. Look at you all. As long as you get the silver, everything else is up to you. She paused and laughed. Her laughter was incomparably cold and evil. Clean your hands and feet. Don't leave anyone alive. After this is done, take the ship to Error Beach and burn it. The night outside of Yingzhou was very quiet. The moon on the mountain across the river shone coldly on the surging river. It seemed to have calmed the roar of the river. There were a few lonely boats moored at the dock. It was past midnight, the time when people were sleeping soundly. The lights on the boats had long been extinguished, and the merchants had long since fallen asleep. Under the gentle brush of the moonlight, a dozen or so black shadows silently touched the shore and dove into the river. After swimming to the largest boat, they took out hooks and ropes from their bodies. Some of them were empty-handed and climbed up the ropes. They were like countless monkeys that had been drenched in water. Their movements were incomparably agile. In just a moment, these mountain bandits had already touched the large boat and disappeared into the darkness. Sister Guan held a cold knife in her mouth and silently climbed to the second floor. Using the cover of the shadow of the cabin, she moved directly to the back. In the warehouse, everyone had discussed clearly and knew the layout of the boat like the back of their hands. She knew that the chest full of silver was at the back of the cabin. In the darkness behind her, there was a faint poochie sound. Immediately after, someone fell on the deck with a soft thud. She frowned, thinking that these little bastards didn't know how to be more careful. If all the guards were alerted at the same time, although she wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. Outside the side room, unexpectedly, there were no guards. At this time, in the darkness of the night, there were a few more muffled groans. Sister Guan knew that her subordinates were gradually invading the middle cabin. Her heart slightly calmed. She hooked her finger on the door and used the tip of the knife to gently open the cabin door. In the next moment, she had already felt a chest in the darkness. Using the faint afterglow from the window in front of her, Sister Guan could clearly see the size of the chest. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Third sister-in-law didn't say clearly. She only said that based on the size and weight of the chest, it was estimated to be over 1,000 taels. But Sister Guan didn't dare to believe it. She touched the chest and estimated the size. Heavens, how much silver would it take to fill such a large chest? She suddenly felt some lingering fear. To be able to carry so much silver with him. Even if he was a spoiled brat, he was probably the wealthiest spoiled brat in the capital. Once this matter was exposed, she was afraid that the young master behind her would not be able to bear the wrath of the capital. Don't kill that second generation. This was the first thought that welled up in Sister Guan's heart. But she immediately realized that what was done could not be undone. She couldn't help but hesitate. Moreover, this much silver was enough to do many things. She carefully felt around for a tool. After a long time, she finally opened the chest. A silver light suddenly spilled over the entire cabin. Sister Guan stared dumbfounded at the chest in front of her. Her face was full of shock and disbelief. Even though she was a person who lived on the edge of a knife and was used to seeing silver stained with blood, tonight she was still dazzled by the neat and tidy silver ingots in the chest. Her normally callous eyes began to reveal a greedy look, but she immediately became alert. No matter how bright the moonlight was, no matter how beautiful the silver was, it couldn't possibly emit such an alluring light. She suddenly turned her head and saw a middle-aged man with a serious face. He held a white light in one hand and a strangely long padao in the other. He was looking at her coldly. Tiger Guard Gao Da had already followed Fan Xian's orders and given Sister Guan enough time to admire the silver. He very slowly chopped down with his padao. Sister Guan raised her padao. But that slow, long padao was like an unstoppable flood. In a flash, it broke through the defense and heart of this female bandit. While she was frightened out of her wits, She watched in agony as her left hand was chopped off. Fresh blood gushed out with pain. The lights in the middle cabin of the ship were lit. Sister Guan, who had been dragged into the room, had her hair in a mess and her mood in a mess. All the bandits who had followed her aboard had been easily disarmed and knocked unconscious. They were tied up and thrown neatly on the deck. A few black-clothed swordsmen of the 6th Bureau, who were on night duty, acted as if nothing had happened. They stood guard in all 4 directions. She raised her head. Through her hair, she looked at the tired and annoyed handsome young man sitting on the chair. For some reason her heart shivered. Who exactly lived on this ship? To be able to use so many aces as guards. And the person who had used the padao earlier was actually a master of the knife. At this moment, she naturally understood that the young prodigal son third sister-in-law spoke of was certainly not an ordinary tea merchant. Guan Wumei. The young man on the chair glanced at the female bandit who had lost an arm, but still had a fierce expression on her face. He yawned and asked with a face full of interest. The young man was Fan Xian. He had stopped the ship in Yingzhou to deal with the aftermath of Hongzhu's matter. He hadn't expected that he would provoke some blind little bandits. However, he could tell at a glance that the woman in front of him was the female bandit in the Overwatch Council's files. He couldn't help but feel happy. He hadn't thought about how to start the Jiangnan matter, and now one had delivered itself to his door. Chapter 334. Hearing him call out her name so easily, the female bandit sister Guan was startled. Her gaze was like a knife cutting into Fan Xian. Her left hand tightly clutched the wound on her broken hand. Viciously she said, "Today, I fell into your hands. I wonder what your name is." Fan Xian sat on the chair and picked at his ear, as if he did not feel the other party's venomous gaze. He smiled and said, "I am the master, and you are the thief. What right do you have to ask about my background?" Guan Wumei felt an unbearable throbbing pain in her right hand. Looking at her broken wrist, her face paled. She knew she had bumped into an iron plate today. Still clenching her teeth, she said, "Please tell me the truth." Fan Xian glanced at her with amusement. He felt this matter was truly absurd. His group had only been delayed by something. He had not expected the ship to be so fragrant. In just one day, it had attracted a famous female bandit in Yingzhou. After the female bandit in front of him had been captured, not only was she not afraid, but she had asked him to tell her the way. Tell what way? Fan Xian dipped his finger in some cold tea and carefully smeared it between his brows. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "The way of the sun, the way of the human, and the way of the ghost." The curtain behind him moved slightly. Wearing a large cotton jacket, Cece rubbed her sore eyes and walked out in a daze. Muttering, she said, "Young master, why did you get up?" She was dazzled by the light in the hall, and it took her a while to clearly see the scene in the hall. When her gaze fell on Sister Guan's severed hand, she couldn't help but scream at the horrifying bloody scene. Halfway through her scream, Fan Xian had already covered her mouth with his hand and laughed mockingly. "You want to wake up everyone in Yingzhou?" From Danzhou to Jingdou, the bloodiest scene Cece had seen was when the second young master of the Fan family, Brother Xija, had been attacked. She had never seen a broken hand or a broken leg. She was so shocked that her entire body trembled and couldn't calm down for a moment. Fan Xian pinched her waist and said, "Go back to sleep. We have business to do." Cece couldn't resist glancing at Guan Wumei again. She made a sound of acknowledgement and turned to return to the room. "Is he awake?" "No," Cece continued. "Mr. Sure doesn't seem to be awake either. Once Xiaosher sleeps, he sleeps like a pig. Back then when I made a ruckus, that place, he only knew to hug the flower girl to sleep. How would he know what was happening outside?" At this moment, Guan Wumei was in so much pain that the corners of her mouth were twitching, and her face had turned green. However, her ears had clearly heard the conversation between the young man and his servant girl, and she felt increasingly strange and astonished. Who exactly were these people on this ship? After being attacked by the mountain bandits at night, he was still so calm and composed, and even had the leisure to chat. If it wasn't because he was extremely confident, then he was a little stupid. Of course, she now believed that the former was more likely, but she didn't know how he would deal with them. In a quiet voice he said, Guan Wumei, from Ezhou in the Jiangbei Road. Her father was Guan Hashan, and her mother was Xia. She lived in poverty as a child, and was sold into a brothel. Later, she changed hands, and became the concubine of a master in Ezhou. Because she could not bear the humiliation of her mistress, she killed someone in anger. She was imprisoned and strangely escaped. Later, she became the wife of a mountain stronghold. Later, the stronghold was destroyed. Guan Wumei was incomparably shocked, and it was as if she had even forgotten about the pain of losing her hand. How did this young man know so much about her background? Could it be that he had specially set up this trap to capture her? She said in a hoarse voice, Who the hell are you? How do I know so clearly? Fan Xian shook his head and said, I have a good memory, but this information is not very clear because you are not an important figure. Guan Wumei's life was strange. She could be considered a famous fierce bandit on the Yangtze River. Unexpectedly, she had been captured without the power to retaliate. Furthermore, the other party's words showed disdain toward her. This reality made her feel a glimmer of humiliation. Yet, the tone of the young man sitting in the chair, and the temperament he exuded made her admit that he truly did not think much of her. Since you know who I am, then you should have guessed that there is someone behind me. Unless you kill us all, you can forget about getting away with this. Guan Wumei, in her pain, began to foolishly threaten him, hoping that when he dealt with her and her people, he would show some mercy. The cruel reality shattered her fantasy. Fan Xian smiled and said, What you say is exactly what I want to do. Guan Wumei was stunned. She suddenly felt an endless chill surge up her back, and abruptly turned her head. The sound of countless knives slicing through throats rang out. It was very unpleasant to hear. It was like the kitchen in the back of Yisher Tavern was slaughtering countless old hens at the same time. The dozen or so bandits who had followed Guan Wumei onto the boat had their throats slit by Fan Xian's personal guards. After confirming that they were dead, they were thrown into the river. Their actions were simple and professional. Not even a drop of blood landed on the deck. The sound of the river water rang out. A moment later, it became calm again. The corpses and blood were all absorbed into the forgiving current. He had killed a dozen people in a row without batting an eye. What a ruthless move. Guan Wumei's gaze finally became fearful. Looking at the other party's style of attack, she knew that he was used to doing this kind of thing. Turning her head, she saw that the young man had taken back the hand gesture from which he had given the order. Involuntarily, she said in a trembling voice, Don't kill me, Kikik. Her teeth continuously chattered, and made a strange sound. She swallowed hard, and forced herself to calm down. Since the other party had not killed her at the same time, it meant that she still had a chance to live. Please give my leader some face. Guan Wumei knelt on the ground in terror and begged Fan Xian for mercy. Your leader? Once Guan Wumei thought of the young master's power, a glimmer of hope immediately rose in her heart. Looking at the way your subordinates do things, they have a martial style. Presumably, you are also a kindred spirit. My leader is the leader of the Jiangnan water bandits. He has hundreds of ships under his command and countless capable people. If you want to come to Jiangnan to do great things, you will certainly feel like old friends at first sight, and have a pleasant conversation with my leader. Fan Xian did not pay attention to the inappropriate choice of words in this female bandit's words. He could hear that she was clearly begging for mercy, but in reality, she was using the so-called leader of the Jiangnan water bandits to threaten him. He couldn't help smiling and shaking his head, thinking that this trip to Jiangnan was truly interesting. Leader? He said warmly, You are talking about the 7th Ming master, right? The 7th young master of the Ming family. The 7th young master, who has never truly entered the family. I heard that this young master's birth mother died many years ago. After the old Ming master passed away, the eldest young master, who took over the family business, sent people everywhere to kill this illegitimate child, who brought shame to the family. In reality, it was because the old Ming master had willed too many benefits to this 7th young master. The 7th young master of the Ming family had nowhere to hide, so he simply threw himself into the underworld. He hid his name and changed his name. He stopped being impatient, and used patience to secretly kill people. After 5 or 6 years, he finally made a name for himself. The great leader of the Jiangnan water bandits, Xia Qifei, the pitiful illegitimate child of the past. How did he end up like this? Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that this figure of some status in Jiangnan was far from what he had imagined. He actually had his subordinates go around stealing silver. His methods are too underhanded. Has he been short of silver recently? Jiangnan had always been rich and populous. Later, the palace treasury was built there, creating countless rich people. Other than the salt merchants and sea merchants, the two most famous families were the Cui family and the Ming family. These two families had been related by marriage for generations and had climbed the eldest princess's path. No one knew how much money they had made by relying on the palace treasury. The Cui family was responsible for the palace treasury's smuggling routes to the north. According to the Overwatch Council's investigation, the Ming family should be responsible for the palace treasury's smuggling to Dongyi, as well as the overseas business. Fan Xian had come to Jiangnan to take over the palace treasury. Now that the Cui family had fallen, the first thing he had to do was shock the Ming family. Before he left the capital, he had done his homework. He had talked through the night with Sir Yin Jr. and had long decided on a strategy. As he spoke slowly, Guan Wumei, who was kneeling on the ground, was truly scared to death. Ever since her young master had been chased out of the Ming family, he had been trying to take back his property all these years. However, his true identity was a secret. The leaders of the Jiangnan water bandits had no idea that their master was the descendant of a powerful family. The rich merchants of the Ming family were also kept in the dark. They even had some business dealings with the Jiangnan water bandits that could not see the light of day. Other than herself, who knew this secret because she had a relationship with the 7th Ming that outsiders did not know. Guan Wumei did not believe that anyone else knew the true identity of the current head of the Jiangnan water bandits, Xia Qifei. Who would have thought that this young man would reveal it so readily? Fan Xian suddenly thought of something and smiled happily. I understand now. The Cui family has fallen. Although the Ming family is heartbroken, they are even happier to be able to take over the Cui family's share. Presumably, the 7th Ming will not miss the opportunity to enter the business world and oppose the Ming family. In March, the palace treasury will have to put up new bidding documents. The Jiangnan water bandits want to wash clean, the 7th Ming wants revenge, and the 7th Ming wants to steal the palace treasury's marketing documents. All of this requires money. No wonder he is in such a hurry. Guan Wumei looked at Fan Xian with great fear. She wondered who this weak-looking young man was, and how could he know so many things. The matter of the palace treasury was a secret of the court, yet she had guessed her young master's true thoughts in a moment. Looking at the warm smile hanging from the corners of Fan Xian's lips, her body was frozen and unable to move. The 7th Ming's table manners are not very good. A few hundred liang of silver is not too little. Fan Xian sighed. Before coming to Jiangnan, he had been curious about the 7th Ming that the Overwatch Council had secretly investigated. After all, his background seemed to be similar to his own. Now that he found that his methods were not very clever, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. He sighed to himself and lowered his head. Only then did he notice that Guan Wumei had already lowered her head and was speechless. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sometimes I like to talk to myself. Don't worry. I'll help you stop the bleeding in a moment." Guan Wumei asked, "Why didn't you kill me?" Fan Xian thought for a moment and then said, "I am not someone who likes to kill people. Besides, I still need to discuss business with your young master. If I killed his cousin, I was afraid he would be too hot-blooded and not rational enough to harm the business between us." Guan Wumei was already numb with shock. Since he could find out the young master's true identity, he could also find out her relationship with him. However, he said, "Business?" She hoped to be reborn and said with difficulty, "Sir, my leader is downstream." At this moment, she guessed that Fan Xian might also be the representative of some large power in Jingdo, which was why he had so many ace guards and knew so many secrets. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Tonight we are in the wrong. In the future, we will definitely send an apology gift." Hearing the words at the beginning, she had thought that he would let her go. Unexpectedly, the young master sank into deep thought and didn't speak for a moment. She couldn't help but say in despair, "Sir, we are all walking the Jianghu. You have already killed a dozen of my subordinates. Is that not enough to quell your anger?" "Jianghu? Does this world really have Jianghu?" Fan Xian smiled slightly. "Furthermore, killing is not to quell anger. It is just a way of handling affairs. I will not let you leave this ship, at least not before I need you to leave. I don't want you to let your mouth slip and reveal your identity and bring unnecessary trouble to Jiangnan." Guan Wumei didn't understand his words, but she could at least hear the powerful confidence in them. In her despair, she said in a hoarse voice, "The matters of the Jianghu are the matters of the Jianghu. What exactly do you want to do?" The cabin was completely silent. After a moment, Fan Xian smiled lightly and said, "You misunderstand. I am not a Jianghu person." He propped up his chin and looked with interest at Guan Wumei's pale face. "I don't have the time to pay attention to a place like the Jianghu that fights in boisterous fights." Guan Wumei felt that he was becoming more and more mysterious and couldn't resist asking, You, who exactly are you?" "Me." Fan Xian thought about it seriously. "I am a useless second-generation young master who is sitting around eating and waiting to die. Of course, I could also be the biggest second-generation young master in Qing Kingdom." Thinking of the guesses her group had made before they boarded the ship, Guan Wumei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "You are a thief." Fan Xian stared into her eyes and said each word clearly. "And I am a thief. Since you have boarded my pirate ship, of course, as the master, I have to take good care of you. Of course, your seventh young master will also board my pirate ship soon, and he can forget about leaving it for the rest of his life." Guan Wumei finally understood that he did not want to do business with the seventh young master. He wanted to subdue him for his own use. She cursed hatefully, "Wishful thinking. You are only fit to air. Wipe my young master's boots." Fan Xian was not angry. He chuckled and left the chair. He took out a golden needle and pricked it a few times between her elbows to help her stop the bleeding. He wanted to say something, but suddenly felt there was no need. He thought to himself, "Your seventh young master will probably sincerely want to wipe my shoes in a few days. I just hope you won't be too surprised when the time comes." After everything was taken care of, the sailors who had been on the lower deck came up to the deck. They lifted large buckets from the river and washed away the spots of blood. Although only Guan Wumei had spilled blood on the ship, there was too much blood from her broken hand. It took some effort. After cleaning, the night wind rose again. Everyone yawned and went back to sleep. The ship recovered its calm, as if nothing had happened earlier. "Go to sleep. There will be people on duty in the second half of the night," Fan Xian said as he glanced at Gouda. According to the rules of the Qing Kingdom, personal guards were always divided into 2 shifts. However, Fan Xian had forcefully changed it to 3 shifts. Although there were fewer people in each shift, he believed that the capitalists of that world must have their reasons for dividing workers into 3 shifts. Thinking about it, efficiency was guaranteed. Lifting up the thick curtains, he walked along the corridors between the 2 cabins until he reached the end. Fan Xian stopped and turned his head to glance at Shi Chanli's room. The scholar was indeed sleeping soundly. Su Wenmao had long woken up and was standing guard at the door with a face full of exhaustion. It was late at night, so the 2 of them did not say anything. Walking to the opposite side of his room, Fan Xian said something to the tiger guard standing guard at the door. He then gently pushed open the door and entered. He walked directly to the side of the bed and sat down. Looking at the little boy in the blankets, he was speechless for a long time. The third prince's features were regular. At such a young age, he had a delicate and pretty appearance. However, Fan Xian knew that this kid was much stronger than his true age. The boat rocked gently. He pulled up the blankets on the bed to cover the other's shoulders. The wind on the river was cold. It would not be good if he froze. At this moment, the third prince's tightly shut eyes moved slightly. Fan Xian laughed soundlessly. The child had probably woken up a long time ago and was just pretending to be asleep. He immediately thought of the fact that a child of 8 or 9 was even more awake than Sir Chanli. The burden on his heart was probably not enough. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh faintly in his heart. Living in a royal family, it was indeed easy for those filth and power schemes to raise freaks. Sometimes the little boy was hateful, but he was not necessarily pitiful. He couldn't be bothered to expose the little tricks of a child. However, he occasionally lost focus and thought of the matter that Warner had reminded him of. In his heart, he had a completely different idea. However, he could not make up his mind right now. The shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall were not on the southbound boat. Since Fan Xian had secretly come to Jiangnan to visit his family in the direction of Danzhou, he had done it very effectively. In the middle of the Wei River, the fake commissioner had already led the group of carriages east. Along the way, there were black knights protecting them. They also led the shopkeepers. Presumably, everyone in court would think that he was in that group of carriages. No one would think that he had already arrived at the intersection of the Wei River and the Great River. Although they were going by water, and could not have the Black Knights provide the fastest and most powerful support, Fan Xian was not worried about the problem of safety. There were 7 tiger guards on the boat, and swordsmen from the 6th Bureau. With so many aces and assassins gathered on one boat, unless a great grandmaster personally came, no one in this world would be able to touch a finger of his. His warm palm gently patted the back of the third prince, but his face was looking to the other side. It seemed that he was lost in thought. Currently, the most valuable person on the boat was actually this prince. With such a protective talisman at his side, even if he wanted to use his special authority to move the provincial army, it seemed that he would be able to find a good reason. The current scene was actually somewhat against the rules, but Fan Xian had always been a daring person, and had no fear of the dignity of the royal family. Reluctantly bringing the third prince along as a student was already giving the emperor and Yi Guipin enough face. After confirming that everything was normal, Guan Wumei, with a broken arm, was escorted into a simple cell on the lower level. Only then did Fan Xian completely relax. Rubbing his slightly swollen temples, he returned to his own bedroom. Raising his eyes, he saw Cece half leaning against the side of the bed sleepily. She had one hand supporting her chin. Her entire body swayed left and right with the gentle rocking of the boat. The girl was interesting. She just couldn't fall down like this. Fan Xian chuckled. He knew that she would wait for him to rest first before she was willing to sleep. He didn't dare make too much noise and tiptoed over. One hand went under Cece's armpit, and the other wrapped around the crook of her leg. The girl was wearing a large, half-worn robe and was very round. It was like he was holding a large hairy bear. Carefully moving Cece onto the bed, he didn't want to disturb her dream. Unexpectedly, she still opened her eyes and woke up. The haziness in her eyes disappeared in an instant. Forcing herself to sit up, she smiled and said, "I'll make blankets for the young master." Fan Xian quietly scolded with a smile. "You already slept earlier. Why are you making blankets? You're all sleepy and confused. Hurry up and go to sleep." Cece covered her mouth and smiled. "The blankets are cold again. When you were little, the young master didn't like to crawl into a cold blanket. Didn't you always let me warm it first?" Hearing these words, Fan Xian was slightly startled. Looking at the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the days the two of them had spent in the old manor in Danzhou. In a flash, 2 years had passed. He had been busy fighting for power, getting married, and going on diplomatic missions. Intentionally or unintentionally, he and Cece had grown distant. Fortunately, Cece was still so considerate toward him. Involuntarily, a faint warmth welled up in his heart. He smiled and said, "Are you going to warm my bed today?" These words were a bit frivolous, but both manners knew that Cece would one day open her face and enter a room as a senior servant. She had long prepared herself mentally. Suddenly hearing these words, her face blushed slightly. However, she didn't reply as refreshingly as she usually did. She only took off her outer robe and shrunk into the blankets. Shrunk into the young master's blankets, only leaving a head of black hair exposed outside the snow-white blankets. It was incomparably alluring. Fan Xian was slightly startled. A moment later, he took off his clothes and crawled into the blankets. When the two of them were in Danjo, they had grown up together. They had often laid in the same bed and fooled around in the same blankets. Other than that last moment, they had long done all the intimate things they were tired of doing. The lights in the cabin were not extinguished. Fan Xian embraced his senior servant from behind. His arms circled in front of her body and held her slightly cold hands. His chest pressed against her back. Listening to her breaths in front of him, he unconsciously held her tighter. "I'm 20, young master." Cece gently bit her lower lip as she spoke. Cece gently bit her lower lip as she spoke. Her words were filled with grievance and bitterness. Fan Xian didn't say anything. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from Cece's head and feeling the bouncy body in his arms, he very easily brought his mind back to the circumstances of his time in Danjo. His entire person felt incomparably relaxed and at ease. Why do I feel like this chapter is a bit too pretentious? Fan Xian really is a hypocritical and pretentious pervert. I want to correct his unhealthy tendencies. On a pirate ship, there is a thief in the heart. There is no need to break it. Only when everyone is good will it be good. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support genuine reading. Chapter 335. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, the river wind outside the cabin sang. Fan Xian decided to open his eyes and said with a slight smile by her ear, "What's wrong with 20? Are you anxious?" Cece was truly anxious by these words. She sat up in the blankets and bit a lock of hair by her lip. She was so angry that she didn't say a word. Fan Xian paused and quickly pulled her body down. He knew he had said the wrong thing. Women in the Qing kingdom were usually married at 15 or 16. It was rare to see someone like Cece who was already 20 and still a virgin. Although Fan Xian always thought that 20 was the perfect age for maturity, in the eyes of most people, Cece had already become an old lady, particularly in the Fan manor. Although everyone was very polite to Cece for the sake of the Danjo ancestor and Fan Xian, there was always less gossip in front of and behind people's backs. Fan Xian had never taken her into his room, which encouraged this kind of atmosphere. Thinking about it carefully, Fan Xian knew he hadn't handled this problem well. He always felt that there was no need to be anxious, but he didn't think from Cece's point of view. A girl was 20. If this was the other world, she would be a 30-year-old virgin. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept this tragic reality. Cece curled up her body and ignored him as she sadly slept. Fan Xian thought for a bit and then smiled. "Speaking of which, it's been 2 years since we've laid in the same bed." When they were in Danjo, although Cece, who was 2 years older than him, always slept on one side, Fan Xian had long developed the bad habit of going to her bed after waking up. The young master has grown up. Naturally, he can't always be with the servants. Cece buried her head in the blankets and replied in a humming voice, "This is going to take a long time." Fan Xian didn't coax her. He only said gently, "Only you don't dislike burnt papers like mine." Cece burst out laughing. If the young master had burnt papers, how could the girls in the world live? Master and servant suddenly fell silent at the same time. They both thought that these words were Wang Shifeng's self-deprecation in Story of the Stone. They slowly thought back to their time in Danjo. Every night, one of them would copy books, and the other would wait on her. In those days, whenever Fan Xian used the graceful small regular script to copy the Story of the Stone, Cece would stand to the side and grind the ink, take out the lamp, light the incense and prepare the supper. The two of them perfectly put into practice the saying, transcribing books at night with red sleeves and incense. Speaking of which, Cece was Fan Xian's first reader in this world. Fan Xian turned the girl's body around and tyrannically held her in his arms. "Since you've laughed, then don't cry. Listen to me tell you a joke that's worse than a beast." Cece curiously opened her eyes and waited for him to speak. After hearing the famous joke, she finally couldn't help burying herself in his arms and laughing. She mischievously said, "So young master is saying that he has been worse than a beast these years. Now that I think about it, I naturally have this problem." Fan Xian admitted his mistake very honestly. Of course, the most important thing is that I don't know what you're thinking. Of course, I admit that these words are shamelessly hypocritical. What am I thinking? Cici was confused. Fan Xian sighed in his heart and didn't say anything more. Cici suddenly understood what the young master meant. She was surprised and moved. Although the young master's way of thinking was indeed too absurd and muddle-headed, as if he was prepared to see what she thought, it still gave her some warmth. Young master, do you remember when we were little, the time you hit housekeeper Zhou? Of course I remember. Fan Xian smiled. That guy dared to give you a hard time. See if I don't beat his face until it's full of peach blossoms. Cici gathered her courage and looked at his face. She didn't speak for a long time. After all, she was a serving girl. How could she say such affectionate things? That day, Fan Xian had beaten housekeeper Zhou until his face was full of peach blossoms. The peach blossoms in Cici's heart had also bloomed at that time. At the time, Fan Xian was only 12 and Cici was not more than 14. Fan Xian didn't know what the serving girl was thinking. He thought back to the scene at the time and unconsciously said, "That slap was really hard." Cici curled up in his arms and giggled. Young master's hands are strong. My hands are strong. Fan Xian chuckled. His left hand had already landed in the blankets, and it just so happened to hit Cici's round, perky bottom. The girl slept in a thin pair of underwear that was very thin. When his palm made contact with her bottom, it made a crisp smack. Memories were always beautiful, and flirting was always pleasurable. Master and servant held each other like this for a long time without speaking. It was just that in the dead of night, there was a warm fragrance on the bedding, and the air began to warm up. Fan Xian finally began to act like a beast. His two hands had long since begun to search up and down the long road of cultivation. The light is still on, Cici said anxiously and shyly. At this time, Fan Xian had already entered the realm of an animal primate. He was impatient like a monkey. Hearing this, he stretched out his left arm and chopped behind him. He thought that this move he had learned from Yi Ling, would easily break through the wind and blow out the candle on the table. Unexpectedly, as soon as his palm moved, the flame on the candle was still strong. Only then did he realize that his junqi had completely dissipated. How could he still extinguish the candle through the air? He couldn't help but feel angry. For the first time, he realized that this was the biggest disadvantage of exploding junqi. He muttered a few curses and reached under his pillow for his sleeve crossbow. Turning his head, he hastily pulled the trigger. With a swish, the crossbow arrow pierced through the candle and shot into the cabin. With a muffled sound, the candle immediately went out, and the cabin returned to darkness. He had made a big mistake. Before he had time to enjoy the sweetness of the darkness, he heard the sound of wind outside the cabin. It was unknown how many experts had gathered outside the cabin in a moment. He heard the sound of long sabers being unsheathed, and the sound of crossbows being reloaded intertwined. Earlier, Fan Xian had used the crossbow to extinguish the candle. Although the sound of the arrowhead entering the wood was soft, in the ears of these professionals, it was exceptionally shocking, particularly since there was a prince and a commissioner on the ship. The people on guard were very alert. They only heard the vigilant voice of a tiger guard come from outside the cabin. "Sir, there's a situation." Fan Xian rose angrily. He was also glad that these loyal subordinates hadn't directly barged in. Turning around, he looked at the girl secretly laughing in the blankets. His heart ached, and he was indescribably depressed. The night passed without words. Fan Xian rose early the next morning. He didn't have Cici help him brush his hair and dress. It was not convenient for a girl, so he could only lie in bed and continue to rest. He carried a bowl of porridge, some cornbread, and pickled vegetables into the house. He served the poor girl breakfast, and then finished what a man should do. He walked out of the cabin door and came to the bow of the ship. He gazed at the vast surface of the river and welcomed the cold winter wind. He felt refreshed from head to toe, without a trace of discomfort. After the fog retreated in the early morning, the ship left Yingzhou. Most of the people on the ship were still sleeping. Fan Xian turned his head to look. The dock had long disappeared behind the mountains and could no longer be seen. "My lord, you woke up early." Su Wenmao spoke humbly to the side, but his gaze floated up and down Fan Xian's body. The joke from last night had long spread through the ship. No one dared to say anything to his face, but in their hearts, they all found it amusing. Fan Xian did not notice his subordinate's unscrupulous gaze. Casually he said a few words. His gaze shifted and saw the third prince and Deng Ziyu walk out of the cabin door. "Greetings, your highness." Fan Xian politely bowed to the third prince in greeting. He was meticulous and did not slack at all, because he was outside Jingdo. The third prince's face was childish and beautiful. He accepted the bow with some embarrassment and did not move his body. After Fan Xian finished his bow, he immediately straightened his body and stood steadily in front of the third prince without saying a word. The third prince scratched his head and held his small fists with great grievance. He bowed deeply toward Fan Xian and said, "Greetings, Sir Sai." The two beautiful people with complicated thoughts and a huge age gap began their daily life on the ship after a strange ceremony. On this ship, other than the group of subordinates that always followed Fan Xian, there were also a few palace teaching nannies and 2 little eunuchs. They had all been transferred from the palace to specifically serve the princes. However, Fan Xian was ruthless and daring. He forcefully kept these people on the lower levels and did not allow them to come up. On Fan Xian's side, of the 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council, other than the swordsman of the 6th bureau responsible for assassination safety, he had also transferred 2 officials from the 2nd bureau and the 4th bureau to accompany him. The officials of the 2nd bureau were responsible for maintaining the smooth flow of intelligence. The officials of the 4th bureau were responsible for contacting the inspection officials of the Overwatch Council along the coast during the Jiangnan trip. Fan Xian's teacher had come from the 3rd bureau. Now that he was in charge of the 1st bureau, it meant that this ship already had most of the Overwatch Council's structure. Although there were not many people, the division of labor and coordination went smoothly. Life on the ship was very boring. The people who had come out from Jingdo were interested in admiring the river scenery for the first few days, but they gradually grew tired of it. Additionally, the river wind was biting cold. These days, other than those with duties, everyone else stayed in their rooms to rest. Fan Xian and the third prince stood at the head of the ship and looked at the scenery of the valley coming toward them. No one knew what they were quietly talking about. The third prince nodded, and Fan Xian's expression was warm. Su Wenmao stood at the back and looked at the commissioner and the prince. In his heart, he was thinking about another matter. Why did the ship have to carry such a large chest of silver ingots? After giving his orders, he had the third prince stand at the head of the ship like Jack and walked back. Su Wenmao glanced at the boy at the head of the ship and said with a pained expression, "Sir, if His Highness gets sick from the cold, it won't be easy to explain." To train his will, Fan Xian was not gentle toward the third prince along the way, and kept his distance. This was not only unexpected by everyone on the ship, but presumably, even the third prince himself felt it was particularly strange. "Sir, that chest of silver?" Su Wenmao probingly asked. Fan Xian shook his head. "Just watch it. Since that woman has already seen it, don't let anyone else come into contact with it." Su Wenmao made a sound of acknowledgement and did not continue asking questions. Fan Xian stretched lazily and suddenly thought of sitting on a large ship, carrying a chest of silver, and bringing a beauty down to Jiangnan. He really did have some of the style of a second generation. It was a pity that the weather was not very good. Otherwise, he would have sunbathed and drank some frozen fruit juice. That would have been even more beautiful. "Guan Wumei is locked up by us." Su Wenmao furrowed his brows. "How can we let Master Xia of the Jiangnan water bandits know? When the ship reaches Yangzhou in the afternoon, do we need to notify the local council officials and let the news out?" Fan Xian thought for a bit and then shook his head. "There's no need. For now, I don't want him to guess who I am. Once these vicious people on the Jianghu discover that they can't figure out the other party's background, they will become more cautious. What I want to see is just how much he is willing to pay for this matter. Then, Don't let the people of the Fourth Bureau spread the news, Fan Xian smiled and said. Last night, wasn't there still a third sister-in-law you left in Yingzhou? Naturally, she will think of a way to notify Xia Qifei. On this day, the person who felt the most fear in the entire Qing kingdom was the third sister-in-law Fan Xian spoke of. The civilian ship on the Yingzhou dock had already left. The third sister-in-law stood like an idiot by the side of the dock, holding a bag of cured meat that had not been completely smoked. She didn't even bother to greet the occasional person who came to ask about the price. She was the mountain bandit's spy in Yingzhou. She was usually responsible for gathering information. Yesterday, she was the first to find out about the silver chest on the ship. The disappearance of the ship was not a big deal. According to the style of Sister Guan's group of mountain bandits, after killing people and stealing goods, they would drive the ship away in the middle of the night, wash downstream, and then burn the ship to destroy all evidence. Thus, when she saw the ship disappear this morning, she thought Sister Guan and the others had already succeeded. Unexpectedly, she waited on the dock for a long time, but there was no reply. Sister Guan did not come back. Second brother did not come back. Everyone did not come back. Just like the ship, all of the mountain bandits disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. She waited until dusk, but the side of the dock was still deathly silent. At this time, the third sister-in-law finally confirmed that something had happened. Her lips trembled. She didn't dare to believe this reality. Even if the guards on the ship were powerful, they should have heard the sounds of fighting last night. The government should have reacted. How could there be no news at all? Was that ship a ghost ship that easily took over a dozen lives? That very night, she changed her clothes, wrapped her hair, and hid the rest of the money at home. She spent a lot of money to hire a carriage and traveled downstream along the difficult mountain road. She did not stop after passing Yangzhou and continued eastward until she reached the big county, where she was about to enter Jiangnan Road. This took her a whole 2 days. On the way, she only drank some water and didn't eat any food. She was a low-ranking person. It was originally difficult for her to see Sister Guan's master. However, perhaps it was her deep eye sockets that made the advisor in charge of receiving her believe her words. With a heavy expression, he led her into the back garden. In the most heavily guarded back garden in Yingzhou, the Jiangnan water bandits' leader Xia Qifei, who was not more than 30 years old and was famous in the Jianghu, had his eyes closed. Listening to the third sister-in-law's reply, he slowly opened his eyes. They were cold and threatening. As long as the ship is still on the water, stop it. Naturally, the ship would always be on the water. Xia Qifei commanded the heroes of the Jiangnan waterways under his command. There were countless ships. His words revealed a strong self-confidence and faint anger. Chapter 336. Winter had come, and the water was dry. Both sides of the river were filled with workers repairing the embankments. They were laboriously carrying stones and sand like ants. It was said that the silver on top had not been completely pulled out, so other than the contractors, the rest of the workers were somewhat dispirited. After a busy day with no money in their pockets, no one would put much effort into it. Only then did the idling workers have the extra time to look at the river that they had long grown tired of looking at, and learn from the high and mighty scholarly officials. At first glance, everyone was quite shocked. They saw that on the river that flowed into Jiangnan Road, there were suddenly many more boats, patrolling up and down. Shipping in winter was not as good as in the other 3 seasons, and it was rare for it to be so lively. It was as if someone had cast some magic overnight, and many boats had landed on the river. The boats were of various sizes, shapes, and speeds. There were even a few tri-winged boats that had been slightly modified. The tri-winged boats were used by the Jiangnan Navy. They were extremely fast, and had never been allowed to be used by the common people. What was similar was that the men standing on the boats all had bulging waists, presumably hiding weapons. Other than the obvious rust on their dark cheeks, there was a silent murderous intent and vigilance. To be able to gather so many boats on this waterway that flowed into Jiangnan Road in 2 days without alerting the government, The only one who could do this was the famous Jiangnan water bandits. In terms of the ability to control the river, even the famous families in Jiangnan were far inferior to the Jiangnan water bandits. The full name of the Jiangnan water bandits was Jiangnan and Related Waters 12 Linked Docks. This was a cute name. They specialized in making a living on Jiangnan's waterways that were as dense as a spider's web. Whether it was transporting goods, passengers, or related industries, they all had to look at their faces. In particular, the secret salt, tea, and horse trading business allowed them to grasp great power. After Lady Ming, the person who changed his name to Xia Qifei became the head of the water bandits. He put even more effort into forming a good relationship with the government. It was even rumored that this Master Xia could be brothers with the admiral of the Sha Lake Navy. When hoodlums joined the government, no one could stop them. Thus these years, although the Jiangnan water bandits had ostensibly reduced their business on the underworld, they gradually began to walk out of the lake water plants and openly came to the common people. Their reputation was even greater than before. Only such a powerful force could move unhindered on the great river and sail boats along the river without fear of criticism. The person who gave the order was the leader of the Jiangnan water bandits, Xia Qifei. Although he did not care much about the life and death of his subordinates, the suddenly missing Guan Wumei had some relationship with his mother. What made him even more wary was who could take such a big bite out of him, without anyone knowing, and suffer such a huge loss. In March, the palace treasury would reopen. Usually, it would not be two small dishes for the Cui and Ming families. However, this year, because the Cui family had fallen, and everyone under heaven knew that the jurisdiction of the palace treasury had moved from the eldest princess to Commissioner Fan of the Overwatch Council, Xia Qifei decided to try and see if, in the new situation, he could take advantage of an opening and openly take back what had originally belonged to him. However, the business of the palace treasury was too big. The amount of silver was in the hundreds of thousands. In March, even if he wanted to enter the door of the god of wealth to sit and drink tea, the amount of silver he would have to take out would be frightening. The fallen Cui family and the still thriving Ming family all had this kind of power, but Xia Qifei definitely did not. Even if he controlled the largest gang on the waterways, the silver in his hands, compared to the Ming family, was like a beggar's. Thus, he was in a rush to gather silver everywhere, and even secretly ordered Guan Wumei to start the river pirate business again. He was not even willing to let go of such a small amount of silver. It was clear that he had been forced to the point of going crazy. It was said that a single copper coin could not stump a hero. The heroes who lived on the river wanted to learn how to do business. The first problem they encountered was money. At this critical moment, Xia Qifei became increasingly careful. He did not lose his rationality. He was guessing whether or not the incident on the shore of Yingzhou was targeted at him. When it happened, he was in Shazhou inviting the Jiangnan Navy garrison commander, Sir Su Shoshan, to drink. The rumors on the Jianghu were always exaggerated. The highest-ranking naval officer he could come into contact with was a garrison commander. After this, Sir Su learned of this matter. He maintained his silence and allowed Xia Qifei to search the boat. However, he still gave the people of the water bandits a warning. Everything had to be done before the beginning of March. After it was done, they had to wash themselves clean and wash away the smell of blood on their bodies. The commissioner was coming to Jiangnan from Danzhou in March. The dozens of Jiangnan water bandits' boats searched for a long time on the river, but still did not find the obviously large boat. They couldn't help but be surprised. Xia Qifei listened to his subordinate's report and coldly narrowed his eyes. Looks like those people did not come down. That chest is not so easy to move off the boat. It should still be near Yangzhou. Have you checked? The man with the white cloth wrapped around his head to block the river wind paused and said with embarrassment, "We calculated the time. In 2 days, the boat should have reached near Shazhou. Who would have thought that the other party would cling on and not leave?" Xia Qifei was incomparably angry and almost kicked him. He scolded, "Are you a pig?" Pausing slightly, he shouted darkly, "Search upwards. If alive, I want to see the person. If dead, I want to see the corpse." At the very least, drag that boat back for me." The man accepted the order and left. He didn't notice that the chief's words showed that he was beginning to lose confidence. Xia Qifei sat by the table and could not calm his anger for a long time. This half-year was the most important half-year of his life. He would not allow anyone or anything to disturb him. Otherwise, he would have to start planning the revenge he had planned for so long again. Downing the cold tea in his bowl in one gulp, it actually made him feel a little hot. Two ruthless expressions appeared in his eyes. He simply walked to the middle courtyard and waited for the good news from his brothers. He undid the buttons on his chest, revealing the many scars on his fierce flesh. These scars were a bit strange. They were neatly lined up side by side. They did not look like the scars of knives and axes from fighting on the Jianghu. Rather, they looked like they had been tied up and viciously whipped. At noon, a large boat slowly left the bustling docks of Yangzhou and moved down. At the same time, dozens of Jiangnan water bandits' boats aggressively moved upstream, braving the dangers of traveling at night and searching for traces of the enemy. The heavens did not purposely arrange for a time of hide and seek. Before the sun had sunk behind the mountains, the two sides finally met at Jingbo Bend, the slowest part of the river. Dozens of boats swiftly moved up. The water bandits' natural ability to control boats was now put to full use. With a few changes in formation, they surrounded the large boat in the middle of the river. The Jiangnan water bandits' boats carefully surrounded the boat from Jingdo. The three-winged flying boat in the lead moved closer to the large boat. The large boat had already stopped, as if it had given up resistance. The head of the water bandits on the three-winged flying boat yelled toward the large boat. "People on the boat, listen up. You have been surrounded. Immediately put down the weapons in your hands and accept inspection. Please forgive my laziness." There was still silence on the large boat. The head of the water bandits' expression was slightly stern. He made a hand signal. At the same time, 6 boats moved closer. They stretched out their long bamboo poles and with some difficulty, hooked onto the bulkhead of the large boat. They took out their short knives and prepared to force their way onto the boat. It was at this moment that the large boat suddenly moved. It moved with full speed. With a speed that left the water bandits dumbfounded, it charged toward the outside of the encirclement. In an instant, the large boat's enormous driving force completely tore apart the long bamboo hooks that had just been hooked to the side of the boat. A dozen or so water bandits who had been climbing up fell miserably into the water, kicking up countless waves. The surface of the river was a mess. The large water bandit boat blocking the way collided with the boat from Jingdo, without any fancy moves. Then, without any fancy moves, it turned its head, bent its waist and gracefully slid away. Of course, this beautiful movement was accompanied by the unpleasant accompaniment of the deck cracking and the startled cries of sailors. Leaving behind a white wave, the boat from Jingdo sped downstream. Only the mirror-like surface of the river was left with countless wood shavings and water bandits bobbing up and down. The head of the water bandits grabbed the edge of the boat and steadied himself in the large waves. He stared dumbfoundedly at the back of the large boat. His heart was abnormally shocked. This boat was too sturdy. Furthermore, from a complete standstill to such a fast speed, how did the sailor manage to do it? Why did it seem to be of a higher level than him? The sailors on the boat from Jingdo were all the officers of the Quanzhou Navy, who had been taken away. What they studied all year round was the art of water battles. Naturally, their ability to control large boats in water battles was much better than these Jiangnan water bandits, who played like ants eating elephants. However, because the boats were afraid of underwater reefs, they did not dare to move recklessly on the surface of the river. Thus, the boat from Jingdo did not have full sails. Compared to the three-winged flying boats used by the Navy, it did not have much of an advantage in speed. The boat from Jingdo charged through a line of defense and was immediately followed by a dozen or so flying boats. At this moment, half of the river was red. The boat from Jingdo was in front, and the boats of the Jiangnan water bandits were behind. They rushed downstream at high speed, leaving behind countless faint scars on the surface of the water. They scratched at the yellow river water, creating a beautiful scene of hundreds of boats racing against the current. "Use the hooks!" The head of the Jiangnan water bandits yelled loudly and made a few hand gestures at the same time. Although the wind on the river was strong and blew his words to the horizon in the blink of an eye, seeing his hand gestures, the water bandits surrounding the large boat took out a pile of ropes and threw them toward the large boat. A dozen ropes flew through the air, drawing beautiful arcs and landing accurately on the deck of the large boat. The water bandits were very skilled. Indeed, they were used to this kind of skilled work. Everyone then tightened their grip, and the hooks at the ends of the ropes firmly latched onto the deck of the boat. At this moment, the speed of the two sides was similar, and the ropes were not as hard as bamboo. The water bandits were no longer worried. Their hands and feet nimbly began to climb up the ropes onto the large boat. When they had climbed halfway, a pitiful halfway, a dozen or so partition windows opened up on the side of the large boat. From each window, a long spear or axe stretched out and viciously chopped down at the people on the ropes. There was only the sound of wind from the knives and wretched cries. Blood sprayed in all directions with the river wind, and broken limbs floated down with the turbid waves. In a moment, the water bandits had suffered heavy casualties. Some people had luckily fallen into the river, but the ropes and hooks had been chopped off. Then, from the windows of the boats from Jingdo, a dozen arrows, nocked and ready to be fired, coldly aimed at the surrounding boats. Although they had not been fired, they were full of intimidation. It was as if they were saying, if anyone dared to come closer, they would kill without question. The head of the water bandits in the back watched with wide eyes. He revealed his abnormality, but he also felt a chill in his heart. He had spent many years on the river and experienced countless times suppressing bandits. Of course, he knew that the longbow, spear, and axe were the standard weapons of the court's navy. Is there some conspiracy? The boat lowered its sails and moved very quickly. It immediately left Jingbo Bay and arrived in the waters of Shazhou. The head of the water bandits stared fiercely at the large boat that was still surrounded. He knew that although the other party was unexpectedly well prepared and powerful, even an elephant was afraid of an ant. As long as they were still walking on the surface of the river, he, who had grown up by the river, would always have a way to make them sink to the bottom of the river. All he needed was time. As if responding to his request, 4 large boats suddenly appeared on the surface of the river in front of them. They lined up horizontally on the surface of the river and just happened to block the way down. These 4 large boats had 3 stories in total and were extremely tall. The shadows they cast in the river were lengthened and looked very powerful. The head of the water bandits narrowed his eyes and saw that it was the ship of the navy that had often secretly cooperated with them in recent years. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and yelled, "We have brothers to help. Everyone, don't worry." The boats from Jingdo continued to silently and determinedly charge downstream. It was as if the 4 ships of the Sha Lake Navy did not exist. It was as if they were going to commit suicide tragically. Seeing the scene under the setting sun, the head of the Jiangnan water bandits was immediately dumbfounded and fell to the ground on his butt. Seeing that the boats from Jingdo were about to be pincered to death and fall into a tight encirclement, the 4 ships of the Sha Lake Navy downstream tilted their rudders at the same time, as if they had discussed it. They opened up a path for the boats from Jingdo, allowing them to leisurely and unhurriedly follow the water. What was going on? The head of the water bandits didn't dare believe his eyes. The remnants of reason in his mind told him that the boat he and his group had been chasing for a long time was very similar to the 4 large ships of the navy. He didn't have much time to think. The 4 navy ships were like 4 giant beasts lying in front of the Jiangnan water bandits' boats. The feeling of oppression was very oppressive. The head of the Jiangnan water bandits also recognized the official standing at the bow of the navy. It was Master Xiao's close friend, the commander of the Sha Lake Navy garrison, Sir Su Shoshan. Su Shoshan stood coldly at the bow of the ship. However, the clothes on his body seemed to have been put on in a hurry. The straps weren't even fastened properly. It looked a bit comical. He looked at the old acquaintance below and furrowed his brows slightly. He used his eyes to indicate to the other party that it was best for him to quickly surrender. He didn't care if the other party understood or not. Using an authoritative voice, he said, People on the boat, listen up. You have been surrounded. Immediately put down the weapons in your hands and accept inspection. Please forgive my laziness once again. The city of Shazhou was right where Sha Lake entered the river. The waters clashed with each other. After tens of thousands of years, it had accumulated countless fertile soil. Adding to the hard work of the common people, it had always been one of the famous food-producing areas along the river. Following the withdrawal of the Chuanzhou Navy a dozen years ago, after the Sha Lake Navy accepted a portion of the manpower, it became the largest naval base in the Qing Kingdom. Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers' daily lives depended on this city that held the throat of Jiangnan. The Navy soldiers, who reeked of sweat and water, brought endless worry to the people of Shazhou, endless danger to the women of Shazhou, and countless problems of public safety to the officials of Shazhou. At the same time, they brought endless amounts of money and business opportunities to Shazhou. Most of the salaries that the court gave those single men every year were used on the brothels, gambling houses, and restaurants in Shazhou. Thus, Shazhou's entertainment industry, or more accurately, the third industry, was very developed. All kinds of restaurants stood in great numbers. The west side was filled with red sleeves. The east side was filled with dice from dawn to dusk. It was very lively. On this day, a few people walked out of Shazhou's most famous inn. This group of people was a bit strange. There was a young master, a girl, a scholar, and a child. Behind them followed a few solemn-looking guards. The group of people directly hired a large carriage and drove directly to the south of the city. This group of people was Fan Xian, Cici, the third prince Shi Chanli, and those seemingly normal tiger guards. They stopped in Yangzhou for a night and discussed their following itinerary. The local people of the 4th Bureau went to mobilize the Sha Lake Navy. As for what procedures were used, it was unknown. Presumably, the military had to protect the Overwatch Council no matter what. Looking at Fan Xian's appearance, it seemed that he was not going to hide his identity anymore. This confused Su Wenmao, who was still on the boat. He let the large boat deal with the water bandits on the river, while Fan Xian took the people beside him and got off the boat early in the night in Yangzhou. Sitting in the carriage, they comfortably followed the official road to Shazhou. He did it so secretly that no one noticed. The atmosphere in the south of Shazhou was a bit tense. In this place, all sorts of people mixed together. Everyone knew that the tyrant of the Jiangnan water bandits, Master Xia, was doing something. They didn't know the specific details, but from the endless flow of water bandits coming in and out of the little courtyard, they knew that this matter was troublesome. The little courtyard looked unremarkable, but everyone knew that it was the Shazhou branch of the Jiangnan water bandits' 72 docks. Thus, when the carriage Fan Xian was in came within a few dozen feet of the little courtyard, people had long noticed, particularly the spies the water bandits had scattered on the street. They stared closely, as if trying to determine the purpose of this group of people. No one noticed that in the dusky twilight, the seemingly normal 6th Bureau assassins had already taken over a few of the most advantageous spots on the street. As the carriage came closer and closer to the branch, some people gradually came closer, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the carriage. The atmosphere was a bit tense. The people in the carriage didn't seem to notice anything. They drove straight to the door of the courtyard before stopping. A scholar lifted the curtain and came down. Walking up the stone steps, he raised his hands to the thugs at the door and said a few words with a calm expression. In a moment, a person with upside-down eyebrows and soybean-like eyes walked out of the branch. He looked at him with a cautious expression and narrowed his eyes. "Who are you people? Why do you want to see Master Xia?" The scholar was Shi Chanli. He had never been in the so-called Jianghu. Looking at the advisor's sinister expression and the thugs coming up from all around, it was clear that they all had weapons on them. The scholar's heart was truly flustered. He couldn't help but silently curse his teacher, for making him do this kind of thing was too inhumane. He still forcefully suppressed his nervousness and said, "We have come from Jingdo to see Master Xia. We have important matters to discuss." The advisor of the branch looked at him with disdain. He was rather dissatisfied with the other party's attitude. Slanting his eyes, he looked at the carriage and said, Is it you? Or is it the person in the carriage? If it is the person in the carriage, why don't you get out when you are in front of the door? Being so sneaky, how can you be a guest? The three people in the carriage did not hear what was said outside. Fan Xian had thrown Shi Chanli out with the intention of training the scholar's state of mind. At this moment, he was focused on talking to the third prince. Warmly he said, "Your Highness, from Yangzhou to Shazhou, the people's lives we have seen along the way are very different from Jingdou. Please remember this." They traveled through the night. Along the way, Fan Xian purposely had the third prince come into contact with the common people along the way. He wanted him to see the most realistic life of the common people. Regardless of whether it was the old man carrying salaries by the side of the road, or the second mother selling herbal tea in the shop, they would all specially stop to say a few words. Fan Xian had no experience with the so-called education of a prince, and he didn't have any methods. He could only feel the stones to cross the river, and try to see if this method would work. As for Fan Xian's arrangements, Shi Chanli seemed to have smelled something, and couldn't help but worry for his teacher. The third prince accepted it calmly. With a maturity far beyond his age, he maintained his silence, and did not speak carelessly. "The people's lives are difficult," the third prince replied respectfully. "Although the taxes of the Qing kingdom are not heavy, the lives of the common people are still not easy. However, looking at the peaceful expressions on the faces of the common people along the way, it is clear that the common people's demands are not high. The crux of government is to first satisfy the common people's most basic needs for food and clothing." Fan Xian was purely a blind person giving directions. How would he know how to govern the world? He nodded his head noncommittally and said, "The common people are easy to appease, but all the needs of the palace and the salaries of court officials come from the common people. In the future, when you help the crown prince govern the world, you have to pay attention to the limits of what you take. As long as it doesn't exceed the limits, it will be fine." The third prince glanced at Fan Xian, and suddenly smiled innocently. "Teacher, the customs of the people of Yangzhou are far more valiant than those of Shazhou. The people there all have resentment on their faces. Presumably, the court has taken too much." On the boat, this young third prince had very intimately requested to call Fan Xian teacher instead of Sir Sai. He purposely wanted to get closer to Fan Xian. Fan Xian had tried to stop him a few times, but to no avail, so he let him be. Hearing these words, he unconsciously thought of the Yangzhou Zhizhou that had been killed by him, and didn't want to continue this topic. Changing the subject, he asked, "Regarding the Jiangnan water bandits, what does your highness think? Teacher has said that chivalrous people use martial arts to break the law. Furthermore, the so-called water bandits are just a group of gangsters on the water and hoodlums on the boat. They murder for money and use violence to obtain wealth. They do not have the chivalrous spirit you speak of." A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed across the third prince's youthful face. "In my opinion, we should move the army and capture them all in one fell swoop. The leaders should all be beheaded, and the accomplices should be exiled to the northern frontier." Fan Xian paused and said, "As I said earlier, the customs of the people are created by the terrain and living environment. Blindly exterminating them is like a wildfire burning out. Perhaps the weeds can be cleared out for a while, but if the people's livelihood is not taken into consideration, the people will not be able to survive, and will still fall into the path of bandits. It is like after the spring breeze, the weeds grow again. When will such a cycle end?" The third prince thought for a bit, and then shook his head. "Teacher, what you say is wrong. The court must use heavy punishment against these troublemakers. You also said that the Jiangnan water bandits must have connections with the Sha Lake Navy to be able to survive until now. If these troublemakers are allowed to secretly destroy the laws of the court, how will they be cleaned up in the future?" He continued coldly and ruthlessly. "Pacifying the people's livelihood and letting them live well is naturally a must to rid the world of bandits. However, for those bandits who dare to show their heads, we cannot be lenient. Those who should be killed must be killed." Fan Xian looked at the third prince with a not quite there smile. He found that this child was indeed much more direct and efficient than he was. However, his ability to hide it was far worse than his own. For him to dare to raise an opposing opinion in front of him, presumably he wanted to show his openness and sincerity by proposing to use the word exterminate to deal with the Jiangnan water bandits. He wanted to show his decisive and undisguised side in front of him and let him feel his sincerity. Fan Xian wanted to purposely influence and change the third prince on the Jiangnan trip, and the third prince also wanted to influence him. Although the little guy did not do it smoothly enough, to have such scheming at such a young age was truly impressive. Then why did your highness not oppose me coming to the Jiangnan water bandits today? Teacher has his own clever plans. It is not something I can make wild guesses about. The third prince recovered his calm and giggled. Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. He knew that although the third prince did not know the details, he should be able to guess his general direction. He smiled self-mockingly and thought to himself that he was indeed a somewhat hypocritical person. At this time, the conversation outside the carriage was also halfway through. No one knew what Shi Chanli said, but the advisor's expression finally became flustered. The thugs surrounding the carriage also moved closer. The curtain of the carriage lifted, and Fan Xian walked down first. He looked around at the scenery in the dusk, as if he did not care much about the approaching water bandits. He then turned around and pulled the third prince and Cece down. The third prince stood by his side and pulled him up to his armpits. He looked at the thugs around with great interest and quietly asked, "Teacher, are these the so-called Jianghu people?" Fan Xian replied, "I think they are." The third prince was a bit excited, but he was not afraid. After all, he was a prince. How could he know the dangers of the Jianghu? Following at Commissioner Fan's side, he never considered the problem of his own safety. Ever since the Hanging Temple incident, the third prince had decided that with Commissioner Fan present, no one would be able to harm him. Furthermore, now that everyone under heaven knew of Fan Xian's past, the son of heaven was by nature heartless, but the third prince thought Fan Xian was an exception. Fan Xian glanced at him from the side and asked curiously in a quiet voice, "Young master, why aren't you worried at all?" The third prince giggled and said, "With teacher here, what is there to be afraid of?" In everyone's hearts, Fan Xian was still a martial genius who could be mentioned in the same breath as Haitang of Northern Qi. But no one knew his true situation. They just didn't understand why Fan Xian dared to go so deep into the tiger's den, without any regard for his own safety. The conversation between the two fell into the ears of the Jiangnan water bandits. It seemed to explain each other's identities. That child was probably the son of some large clan, and Fan Xian, this beautiful scholar, was a teacher. However, he seemed a bit too young. "Young master, let's go in." Ignoring the vigilant and nervous gazes of the people around him, Fan Xian was calm and unruffled. With one hand holding the child and the other holding the woman, he walked toward the gate of the courtyard. Shi Chanli lowered his head and followed, sweating profusely. This examination could be considered a failure. His teacher had told him not to reveal his identity, but he had to enter openly. The scholar had no other choice. The advisor's expression changed continuously. Looking at the composition of the other party, he guessed that the other party was the enemy that the master of the stronghold had been painstakingly searching for. But why did the other party dare to come to their door? When did the other party get off that ship? At this moment, the countless brothers of the Jiangnan water bandits were painstakingly searching for traces of Fan Xian and the others on the surface of the river. They were engaged in a desperate struggle with that large ship. Who would have thought that the enemy they were searching for would so boldly come to Shazhou, so arrogantly come to the door of the branch, and directly charge in? Take them down. The advisor's face alternated between green and white. It seemed that he had never seen such an arrogant enemy before. In the depths of his heart, he was also a bit flustered. But Master Xiao was currently in the courtyard. If he reacted slowly, he was afraid that there would be a big problem. Following this shout, the thugs pulled out their short knives, let out a roar, and charged toward Fan Xian and the others. Fan Xian felt his right hand tighten slightly. He turned his head and saw that the third prince still maintained an innocent smile on his face, but his hand had unconsciously clenched. Presumably, Other than pretending, he was still a bit scared. Confidence. At this juncture, Fan Xian still did not forget to explain. The people of the royal family must have confidence that can overwhelm everything. Dang 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 dang. Just like that absurd song, the brothers of the Shazhou branch of the Jiangnan water bandits also saw a very absurd scene. They saw countless short knives fly up from the door of the little courtyard like it was raining, mysteriously breaking away from the control of their hands. Immediately after, there were countless muffled grunts. All the thugs who blocked Fan Xian's path were sent flying. Gao De led the 6 tiger guards like a gust of wind and floated to the side of Fan Xian and the others. Silently, they pulled out the long knives on their backs and sent the thugs flying. Their aura shot up into the sky. It could truly be said that those who blocked them would be forced to retreat. Fan Xian's face remained calm as he held the 2 of them and walked toward the little courtyard. Accompanied by the wretched cries and knife flashes, his footsteps were very steady. Although there are millions of people, I will go forward, he explained to the 3rd prince beside him. The court does not need to deal with the Jianghu people. We only need to arrange for them to do things, so when we first meet, don't talk about anything. The 3rd prince nodded. His eyes darted around the fighting beside him. He thought that this kind of feeling was very satisfying. He was very excited. His little palms began to sweat and become slightly wet. Why is it that the martial arts of these Jianghu people are so weak? The 3rd prince was a bit confused about the reality in front of him. At this time, some of the people of the Jiangnan water bandits were already lying on the ground and could not get up for a long time. Those who could still stand looked at Fan Xian and his group with fear in their eyes, particularly when they looked at the silent long knife hands. They were incomparably shocked. The advisor, covered in cold sweat, stared fixedly at the steady hands holding the hilts of the knives. He howled in his heart. When did the Jianghu suddenly have so many 7th and 8th level aces? And they were even guards for someone. At this time, everyone had already walked to the bottom of the stone steps in the main hall. Fan Xian stopped and smiled at the 3rd prince. What is the purpose of practicing martial arts? Just like studying, it is for power, profit, and fame. What the Jianghu can give to martial artists, the court can give even more. Thus, the truly famous scholars are all officials in the court, and the truly powerful aces are all working for the court. Young master, don't be fooled by those stories. The Jianghu is a poor place. How can a job with no future like collecting protection money attract true aces? In front of the main hall, the head of the Jiangnan water bandits, Xia Qifei, finally stood out. He looked coldly at the gradually approaching group of people and opened his mouth to say, "Everyone leave. Don't make a fool of yourself. I will meet these honored guests from Jingdo." At this time, his expression was calm, but in the depths of his heart, he was incomparably shocked. He had long guessed that the other party was from the ship from Jingdo. How could he have guessed that they would not avoid him, and instead come so tyrannically to his door? Without waiting for him to extend his hand in invitation, Fan Xian and his group entered the main hall, as if they were returning home. Fan Xian invited the 3rd prince to sit in the main seat, and then he sat down next to him. Cici and Shirchanli stood quietly behind him. The 7 tiger guards had their hands on the hilts of their knives, and were spread out around the main hall. Seeing the other party's actions, Xia Qifei was so angry that his anger almost rushed to his heart. Was this still his territory? He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, and raised his hands toward Fan Xian. "Qifei greets you, sir. However, there are heroes in the wilderness of the Jianghu. Your words earlier were a bit excessive." At this time, if he still couldn't see that Fan Xian was a powerful figure from Jingdo, then he really was an idiot. Thus, he had to suppress his anger. Within the borders of the Qing kingdom, the court was a terrifying existence that could not be broken through like an iron plate. Any power that tried in vain to oppose the officialdom would, in the end, meet a tragic fate of being turned to dust and smoke. Xia Qifei. Fan Xian looked at the sinister-looking figure in front of him and confirmed his identity. He smiled warmly and said, "For now, I do not wish for anyone to know that I have come to your manor as a guest. Earlier many people saw. Go and handle it." It is a bit difficult. Consider it my first test of Master Xia. Chapter 337. After the young official in front of him opened his mouth, Xia Qifei's head exploded. The feeling of humiliation he had suppressed for a long time made his hands begin to tremble. After all, he was the master of the Jiangnan water bandits, a famous figure in the underworld. When had he ever been bullied like this? However, he was a clever person. Although he was not sure of his own judgment, he already had a rough guess as to the other party's identity. If his guess was correct, then this young official was not simple. The child beside him was even more. Endure. I have to endure. Xia Qifei continuously told himself this in his heart. He knew that given the other party's power, he only needed to stretch out his little finger, and he could completely wipe away all of the family property he had accumulated over the years. There was no need to mention his revenge, and the thousands of brothers under him, who still had to support their families, would probably all have their heads rolled. More importantly, the boundless reverence the Qing people had for the royal family bound his heart, and made it impossible for him to have any thoughts of disobedience. So he could only endure. Although the men of Jianghu were always a bit hot-blooded and hoodlums were also a bit ruthless, for the sake of the lives of his brothers and the wishes of his life, Xia Qifei suppressed the anger in his chest and said respectfully with a glimmer of humility, "I wonder what orders you have for me today?" Fan Xian glanced at him and said, "I'll have to trouble you to first take care of the matter I ordered earlier." Although he used the title of Master Xia, his words were still light and without any force. There was not a trace of the respect commonly seen on the Jianghu. Xia Qifei didn't know what the other party was planning. With a heavy expression, he turned and left the hall to give a few orders to the trembling advisor. Fan Xian sat in the hall drinking tea. He did not seem to be in a hurry. The conversation began again. "I have come today to ask you a matter," Fan Xian said warmly as he put down his teacup. Fan Xian put down his teacup and gazed at Xia Qifei warmly. "A few nights ago, on the Yingzhou dock, some guests came onto my boat. I asked them to stay. How is Master Xia prepared to explain this matter?" Xia Qifei's expression darkened. He did not answer this question. Instead, he took the initiative to ask, "Sir, I will speak frankly. It is fine for me to deny this matter. It's just that the people of Jianghu can't do something like leaving their brothers behind." "That's right. The people who accidentally boarded Your Excellency's treasured boat that night were all my brothers. Your Excellency came to the south incognito, and I was blind to have offended Your Excellency. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I'll bear all the blame, and I hope Your Excellency can spare my subordinates." The third prince was tired of listening to him. He slammed the teacup on the table, and with a bang the child coldly snorted. Can you afford it?" He purposely lengthened the sentence, but it was still a child's clear voice, so it didn't seem strange. Instead, it revealed a strange chill. A chill ran down Xia Qifei's back. He knew that if the crime was more serious, it would be the murder of a prince. Even if thousands of lives were buried in this pit, it might not be enough. However, since this person was able to escape the Ming clan's pursuit when he was young and successfully rise up in the underworld to become an important figure in the martial world of Jiangnan, his state of mind was firm, and his thinking was meticulous. He saw that these nobles did not mobilize soldiers to wipe them out. Instead, they took the risk to directly kill their way into the branch. Naturally, there was a deeper meaning behind this action. Thus, he was not truly afraid. He just didn't know what exactly these nobles in Jingdo wanted. Xia Qifei gritted his teeth and gave up the backbone that people of Jianghu valued the most. He knelt down on one knee in front of Fan Xian and said sincerely, "I know it is difficult for me to bear this crime. Seeing that Your Excellency is deep and that you have not been harmed in the slightest, I ask that Your Excellency cut me into 1,000 pieces. You must also spare my reckless and ignorant brothers." This was a superficial effort he made after he had some confidence. Fan Xian didn't know if he didn't see it, or if he admired the other party's quick-wittedness. He nodded approvingly and said, "Master Xia is indeed a true hero who loves his subordinates." The flowery sedan chair was carried by everyone. At this moment, Xia Qifei's way of referring to himself had already changed from I to Xia, and then Xia to a commoner. His aura became lower and lower. However, Fan Xian went from directly calling him by his name to Master Xia, until now, Master Xia. Step by step, he was acknowledging that the other party had a certain speaking identity. Fan Xian only said one sentence, and then stopped. To the side, the third prince's heart chilled. He knew that his teacher didn't like him interrupting earlier, so he wanted him to play the role of the villain. However, as a prince, he would not be afraid of the so-called Jianghu's grudges. In a clear voice he said, Master Xia's words came a bit too late. The bandits that night have all been killed by the guards and thrown into the river. Xia Qifei was stunned. He hadn't thought that these Jingdo officials would be even more ruthless than bandits. They didn't even leave a single life behind. It was as if he could see the bodies of Guan Wumei and his brothers floating in the river. His heart ached, and his anger rose wildly. However, his face only showed sorrow and no grudge. He was truly a skilled actor. Fan Xian said evenly, The way I do things is different from your rules. Since those people came on the boat and used knives, naturally, they cannot be left with their lives. If I truly soften my heart and let them go, once this matter gets back to Jingdo and the court is angry, I'm afraid their fates will be even worse. It will also bring disaster to their families. Xia Qifei was silent and didn't say anything. A moment later, he repeated his initial words. What orders do you have for coming here today? The other party's words had already been made clear. The matter of the robbery on the boat would temporarily be washed clean with the blood of a dozen brothers. This matter would be put aside, so naturally, they would discuss other matters. Fan Xian waved his hand. All of his subordinates accepted their orders and left the outer hall. The third prince jumped down from his chair and also prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, he stayed behind. There were only 3 people left in the room. No one knew what kind of struggle and whispers were going on in Xia Qifei's heart. For a figure of the underworld like him, to be able to see 2 princes at the same time was a blessing he had never imagined. I am Fan Xian. Fan Xian's expression was gentle as he openly revealed his identity. Although Xia Qifei had vaguely guessed the other party's background, he still couldn't stop his heart from trembling and his legs from weakening. The story of this young man had long become a kind of legend among the people of the kingdom of Qing. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he was already the most powerful commissioner in the Overwatch Council. He composed poems in front of the palace, killed people on the streets, uncovered the scandal of the spring examination, went to northern Qi to fight for begonias, collected books, and came back to bully the princes. In the short span of 2 years, this originally nameless illegitimate son of an assistant minister had become the most famous person in the world. Whether it was literature, martial arts, or power, he was already at the top. Who knew how many idle conversations in the countryside? Fan Xian had already become the object of envy and longing for all young men. This included Xia Qifei. Furthermore, because of his past, Xia Qifei felt some admiration for the commissioner he had never met. But now, he had offended the commissioner. Xia Qifei knew all too well what would happen to those who offended Fan Xian. Roughly speaking, those who had fallen to Fan Xian's hands included the former Minister of Rights, Guo Yu, the Minister of Justice, Han Jiwei, and the Imperial Censor of the left, Guo Zheng. Because of this young man, the Imperial Censor of the Imperial Censor had been beaten twice. The second prince had been placed under house arrest, and the eldest princess had been forced to hand over the palace treasury. Fan Xian's identity became more and more bizarre with all these things. The son-in-law of the prime minister, the illegitimate son of the emperor. For the people of the wilderness around the Qing kingdom, the people and matters in the center of Jingdo always carried a natural air of mystery. For a person like Fan Xian, even his name was embroidered with gold, making it hard for people to look at him directly. Regardless of what Xia Qifei was thinking, his face was still full of shock. He neatly straightened the front of his robe and knelt on the ground, giving Fan Xian a heavy bow. Commoner Xia Qifei greets the commissioner. After a long silence, Fan Xian did not let him rise. He only looked at him with great interest. A moment later he said quietly, "Seventh young master of the Ming dynasty, I truly hope you can be more sincere. At least when you bow, it is best if you use your real name." Xia Qifei's pupils constricted. He suddenly raised his head and looked directly into Fan Xian's seemingly warm, but actually aggressive eyes. His right hand had already unconsciously dropped down, ready to launch a thunderous strike at any moment. Seventh young master of the Ming dynasty. These 3 words, which he had not heard in a long time, burrowed into his ears like 2 poisonous snakes tearing at Xia Qifei's brain. Amidst his incomparable shock, a ruthlessness grew in his heart. How could the other person know of his past? If this news got out, how could that large family that had been deeply rooted in Jiangnan for 100 years let him go? Even if he had the Jiangnan water bandits, there was no chance of victory. There is no need to feel for the dagger in your boots. Fan Xian didn't know that Xia Qifei was thinking so many twists and turns in his heart. He only watched his movements and couldn't resist smiling. Of course Master Xia knows. What I am best at is this kind of thing. Fan Xian made a gesture to help him up. Xia Qifei took the opportunity to stand, but his entire person was still in a completely alert state. His ears listened to the movements outside the room. He didn't know if the arrangements he had the advisor make earlier had been completed. In this dangerous situation, although he guessed that Commissioner Fan might be threatening him or something, he still had to plan for the worst and prepare for a life and death struggle. It was as if the third prince did not sense the danger and watched the conversation between the two with great interest. Your mother was probably beaten to death by the old matriarch of the current Ming family. Fan Xian was combing through the intelligence reports in the council. Xia Qifei's eyes reddened. It was as if he was ready to charge forward and kill Fan Xian at any moment. As the head of the water bandits, he knew who he was facing. The 9th-level Commissioner Fan was a figure comparable to Northern Qi's Haitang. Even if he risked his life, he would not be able to kill him on the spot. Ever since you were a child, you were abused by that big brother of yours. Fan Xian looked at him and furrowed his brows. Master Xia, please don't take offense. I don't want to bring up your sad past. I just want you to understand that I want to do business with you. And this business must be built on the hatred between you and the Ming family. If you didn't hate the Ming family enough, I wouldn't have come to find you. Xia Qifei's aura relaxed. He closed his eyes and calmed his emotions. In a low voice he said, "What business does Sir want to discuss with me? The thing you want to do, I can help you." Speaking of business, Fan Xian's words became more direct. "I know that Master Xia has been short on silver recently, and I have silver." Of course Fan Xian had silver. The Dambua bookstore, Baoiwa brothel, the 6 ministries of Yamen, and people like Lao Dai in the palace had all used the name of rectification to scoop up real money. Added together, it had already reached a shocking level. But in the wealthy and populous land of Jiangnan, it was still a far cry from those large families that had been around for many years. However, everyone under heaven knew that Commissioner Fan's family had a father who was the god of wealth. His family managed the national treasury and the internal treasury. If someone said that the Fan manor didn't have money, even someone like third sister-in-law wouldn't believe it. Xia Qifei had guessed that Fan Xian would threaten him, but he hadn't guessed that Fan Xian was actually prepared to help him. For a moment, he didn't come back to his senses. In a daze he asked, "Sir, are you talking about the matter of the palace treasury opening in March? You and I are both people who do practical things, so let's be more direct," Fan Xian said calmly. "In March, the palace treasury will open its bidding. In previous years, it would certainly be the Cui and Ming family's possessions. However, this year, the Cui family has already collapsed. Naturally, there will be big changes. If Master Xia wants to intervene, then there is only one chance. Unfortunately, I will be presiding over this matter this year. I will give you the right to enter and enough silver to take over the relevant shares." In reality, no one knew that Fan Xian had a sum of silver in his hands. This was where his greatest confidence came from. Xia Qifei furrowed his brows tightly. A moment later he replied, "The commissioner is generous. He didn't immediately reply, because he knew what a terrifying organization the Overwatch Council was. Those who were hooked to the Overwatch Council could often only pay with their lives in the end. If Fan Xian knew what he was thinking, he would give him a more fitting description. Making a deal with the devil. Explain what I need you to do. Fan Xian didn't care about the other party's retreat. He smiled warmly and laid out his price. The water bandits are yours. If you succeed in the future, the Ming family will also be yours. I won't even directly ask for the relevant profits. Xia Qifei's brows furrowed even tighter. There was no such kind Overwatch Council official in the world. As expected, after Fan Xian took a sip of cold tea, he very naturally said, "What should be yours is yours, but you, this person must be of the Overwatch Council." After Fan Xian said this, he took out a seemingly simple-looking token from his clothes and gently placed it on the smooth surface of the black wood table. In a quiet voice he said, "The 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council stationed in Jiangnan Road. The rank is not high. Don't feel wronged." Wronged? A Jianghu bandit leader suddenly became a court official, and a supervisor who held the power to supervise the governance of officials. Wronged? Only an idiot would feel wronged. Xia Qifei was shocked by the price Fan Xian had laid out. Although he knew that after he entered the Overwatch Council, regardless of whether he controlled the Ming family or the Jiangnan water bandits, he would never be able to break away from this organization. In the future, how the large profits related to the palace treasury would be distributed would still be up to the Overwatch Council. No, perhaps it would only be Commissioner Fan's personal word. To be able to obtain a large amount of money, have a secret official identity, and obtain the approval of Commissioner Fan, the head of the palace treasury, to participate in the competition, for the first time, Xia Qifei had the confidence to defeat that rusty large family. He knew that in this life, he would never again encounter such a good opportunity, but he was still hesitant. First, it would be difficult for him to be free in the future, to become a loyal dog under Fan Xian. For someone who was used to wandering the Jianghu, it was not something he was willing to do. Furthermore, he did not completely trust Fan Xian. Second, the Overwatch Council's reputation was too bad. If the news that he had secretly taken a position got out, even if he had great power in the future, his reputation would be completely ruined. Thus he made his last struggle. Perhaps he wanted to preserve the thread of bravery in his heart. He stared somewhat rudely into Fan Xian's eyes and said, "Sir, I truly do not know why I should accept this deal." "Oh," Fan Xian asked curiously. "Does Master Xia not want to take back the Ming family? That family originally belonged to you. According to what I know, in the old Ming master's will, the first name on the list was Ming Qingcheng. Ming Qingcheng was Xia Qifei's original name." He shivered slightly and gritted his teeth. "It is not that I do not understand the situation. It is just that there are too many ways to take revenge. I am now the head of the Jiangnan water bandits. If I want to defeat the Ming family, there are many ways. As for the matter of the palace treasury, perhaps I have thought wrongly. The Ming family has great wealth and power. How can I win against them on the surface?" Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. "The night is dark and the wind is high. Kill people? I believe you have this ability and decisiveness. However, the facts of these years have proven that you are not such a crazy person. You want to risk the destruction of the Jiangnan water bandits to burn down the Ming family manor. Putting aside whether or not you have this ability, even if you did, how would you convince yourself? The water bandits are wanted by the government, and the orphan and widow are homeless in the world. Is this a scene you want to see? Or do you think that with this kind of ending, after you die happily, you will still have the face to see the old bandit master who saved you, helped you to your position, and treated you with kindness as heavy as a mountain?" He spoke in an orderly manner. His imposing manner was not very aggressive, but it was precisely like this that he gently pointed out the weak spot in Xia Qifei's heart. His powerful persuasiveness began to invade Xia Qifei's thoughts along with his analysis, causing his expression to darken. Without waiting for Xia Qifei to come back to his senses, Fan Xian continued warmly, "What Master Xia wants most is not just revenge, but to take back the Ming family, and then stand proudly in front of your older brother, who is over 50 years old. If killing people could solve the problem, you wouldn't have waited so many years and used brute force to do things. The Jiangnan water bandits have been destroyed. Even if you killed all of the Ming family, where would the Ming family be? Would the things you want to take back still exist? Fan Xian looked calmly into his eyes. From my standpoint, I advise you not to make this choice. The goal you've worked so hard for so many years will disappear like smoke in front of your eyes. That feeling must not be good. Preserving the Ming family in one piece is presumably the old Ming master's last wish. Although the Ming family has treated you detestable and sinister, your father did not owe you and your mother anything. Xia Qifei stood silently where he was, motionless. It was as if he was still digesting Fan Xian's words. This man, who was used to being on the edge of a knife's edge, suddenly thought of a reality. The young man in front of him had many similarities to his own experiences. Was he also seeking to take back what originally belonged to him? For example, the palace treasury. That was originally the Yi family's property. Did he want to completely take it back? Fan Xian was not angry because of his tactful refusal earlier. Rather, he patiently waited for the result of his thoughts. He had confidence in his words. More importantly, he had confidence in the seventh young master of the Ming family. Their similar backgrounds allowed Fan Xian to clearly capture the other's true thoughts. Master Xia, what you want is the Ming family's property, not a few hundred heads. After a long silence, Xia Qifei threw out his last question. Commissioner, there is one thing I do not understand. Please speak. Naturally, your trip this time is to prepare to take over the palace treasury. The Cui and Ming families have controlled the external supply channels for a long time. They are too deeply connected to that side. Naturally, you have to deal with them. Xia Qifei forcefully swallowed the words eldest princess. His face flushed slightly. But, why do you think so highly of me? Given your power and position, you can easily destroy the Cui family. Getting rid of the Ming family would not be a difficult matter. You can completely do this yourself, and do not need me to do anything. The Cui family. Fan Xian shook his head. Their situation is different from the Ming family. As for why I have not appeared, it is not convenient for me to do so. The word not convenient was the true meaning of officialdom. He was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. And now he also had to manage the palace treasury. The rules of the court were strict. The palace treasury was only responsible for the production, but the export had to be obtained by private merchants. Whether it was council business or private business, it was impossible for Fan Xian to stand on the stage. Thus, he needed to find a trustworthy and convenient spokesperson. For Fan Xian, the situation of the Cui family and the Ming family were not the same. When he was dealing with the Cui family, he had made long and solid preparations. After a long period of silence and false civility, he had Yan Bingyan take the lead and strike like lightning. Naturally, he had succeeded in every endeavor. Now that the Ming family had learned from their mistakes, they had long made sufficient preparations. It was already a difficult task to catch those unscrupulous merchants from their shipping channels and accounts. Of course, the biggest difference was that Fan Xian had an absolutely valiant helper in the Cui family. That person had the most powerful power other than the Qing royal family, the young emperor of northern Qi. However, the people related to the Ming family were concentrated in Dongyi and overseas. Fan Xian had once killed 2 of Sigejian's female grand-disciples. The Qing court, including him, had made Dongyi bear the blame countless times. The grudges between the two sides were too deep. If he wanted to join hands with Dongyi to topple the Ming family, Fan Xian knew that he did not have this ability. Fan Xian stood up and used his finger to gently tap the token on the table. Leave this token here for now. Before tonight, give me a reply. Of course, you should know what you need to prepare if you decide. Xia Qifei respectfully moved to the side and did not directly answer his words. He only said, Sir, coming today is like a god descending from the heavens. Although you do not like to disturb the people, the momentum is already there. I'm afraid it will not be easy to hide. It was unclear if these words were flattery, or if there was some other meaning hidden within. Fan Xian glanced at him and said, "At the moment, Master Xia is still someone who accidentally kicked an iron plate. You play this role well first. As for my whereabouts, why do I need to hide them? There is a boat on the river. I will have to trouble Master Xia's subordinates to escort it along the way. I have a chest of silver with me. I don't want to be remembered by thieves again." Xia Qifei lowered his head firmly and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your kindness in not killing me." Fan Xian turned around and pulled the third prince down from the chair. Only now did Xia Qifei realize that during this conversation, he seemed to have slightly neglected this little noble. He couldn't help feeling a little nervous, but he didn't have time to do anything to make up for it. His mind suddenly jumped and he hesitantly said, "Sir, if the people open up in March and I challenge the Ming family, they will certainly become suspicious at that time. You stand on my side. So naturally, I will stand on your side." Fan Xian smiled slightly at him. Holding the third prince's hand, he walked outside and threw down his last words. "Master Xia, you make your decision quickly. I admire you very much." The Shazhou branch of the Jiangnan water bandits was completely silent, deathly silent. The chief had already given the strictest order to keep their mouths shut. Although he didn't say anything explicitly, the brothers all knew something big had happened. They only dared to guess and didn't dare to randomly spread it. Xia Qifei sat in the chair that still had some warmth. His expression was dark and uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. The advisor walked in from outside and leaned close to his ear to say, "The Navy has already sealed the camp. I don't know what has happened." Xia Qifei's expression darkened. In a low voice he said, "No matter. As long as this matter is settled, Old Shin should be fine." The advisor said slowly, "They have already detained many of our boats. Following your orders, there have been no conflicts, however. After those masters in Jingdo left, our boats were also released." Xia Qifei lowered his head and said, "This is the other party showing their strength." He smiled coldly. "In their eyes, we are nothing more than ants. Chief, everything has been prepared. The servant is currently washing his sword in the back room, waiting for your order." Xia Qifei still didn't give the order. His brows were furrowed deeply. A moment later, he suddenly said faintly, "Advisor Qian, do you think this should be done?" His hand gently stroked the Overwatch Council token. The token was very smooth. No one knew how long it had been made. The advisor said in a trembling voice, "Everything is according to the chief's orders. I don't dare to speak out of turn." Xia Qifei closed his eyes and said, "The people from Jingdo seem to be used to doing things this way and overestimate their own strength. Even if they have those 7th or 8th level ace guards by their side, if we turn out in full strength, we still have a chance." The advisor cursed in his heart. "You clearly know that is impossible, yet you still say this. You just don't want to carry that bad reputation and want me to help convince you." He said, "That leader of the guard's strength has already reached the peak. If he was placed in the Jiangnan martial world, he would be able to establish his own sect. Chief must think carefully. The key is that person himself." Xia Qifei opened his eyes and said, "In reality, the conditions Fan Xian had given him were enough to move him. However, he was a master of a region. Now he was going to become someone else's subordinate and would never be able to rise again." For a moment it was difficult to accept. Earlier, he had been speaking humbly with Fan Xian. On the other hand, he had made preparations through the advisor to kill. Because the most profound and unfathomable servant of the water bandits was coincidentally at the Shazhou branch, the Jiangnan water bandits had the ability to fight back. However, he also knew in his heart that the so-called kill was just to comfort himself, so that he wouldn't appear too useless. Xia Qifei sighed and felt strangely sad. He knew that the Jiangnan water bandits were going to become the court's dogs in his hands. This kind of feeling was very embarrassing and uncomfortable. He stood up and looked at the advisor's face that looked like he wanted to cry. He knew that he was afraid he would make an extremely unwise choice. He couldn't help but unconsciously pat his back, wanting to comfort him. Everywhere his hand touched was wet and cold. After a moment of shock, Xia Qifei realized that the advisor had broken out in a cold sweat from the people coming from Jingdo in this cold winter. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. It seemed that the pressure of imperial power and the Overwatch Council was not something he, a common tyrant, could resist. He finally made up his mind. With a serious expression he said, "Immediately disperse all the arrangements. On the surface, watch that ship. In secret, protect the safety of that ship. We must ensure that Jingdo ship arrives safely in Suzhou. And on land, by that person's side. There are many strong people by his side. We don't need to be meddlesome." "Yes." The advisor nodded his head in agreement. He then furrowed his brows and said, "But the old servant. He is preparing to make a move." Xia Qifei fell silent. He knew that this matter was complicated. The matter of secretly defecting to the Overwatch Council could not be exposed too early in the Jianghu. Otherwise, he would not be able to control it, and the pressure outside would also increase. As for the old servant, that was even more troublesome. This servant was the most mysterious ace of the Jiangnan water bandits. In terms of seniority, he was the uncle of the old bandit master, and his own granduncle disciple. He rarely made a move, but he was the secret treasure of the Jiangnan water bandits. If that old-fashioned and stubborn old servant knew that he, an outsider master, wanted to completely rely on the government? Xia Qifei suddenly shivered. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated the complexity of the matter. After a moment of silence, a ruthless expression suddenly appeared on his face. In a low voice he said, "Go summon the personal guards of the inner hall." The advisor's heart chilled. He knew that the master of the Jiangnan water bandits was preparing to get rid of the old servant because of that matter. But could they do it? An hour later, the head of the Jiangnan water bandits, Xia Qifei, carried a bowl of chicken soup and respectfully came to the back garden, preparing to offer it to the most special person in the water bandits, the old servant. Behind him hid his most trusted assassins, hoping to finish the job in one fell swoop. He stood outside the door for a while, but no one came to open the door. The courtyard was deathly silent. Xia Qifei pushed open the door and walked in. His face was calm. "Granduncle disciple?" No one answered him. Xia Qifei's gaze swept around, and his heart suddenly froze. His hand loosened, and the chicken soup fell to the ground, dripping everywhere. He saw an old man with silver hair and a beard sitting on a praying mat next to the bed. The old man's hair was tied into a tight bun. He wore a sword robe, and a long sword was tied to his waist. His entire body emanated a murderous intent. It was clear that this old servant had already adjusted his breathing to the most perfect state, and was ready to draw his sword and kill at any moment. But the old servant could no longer kill. His round eyes shone with a strong sense of unwillingness and anger. If looks could kill, then it would truly be a shocking sight. A terrifying and delicate wound split open his throat and went straight to the back of his neck. After the wound, fresh blood flowed down the old servant's back and onto the ground. The old servant was already dead. The assassin who killed the old servant had a shocking sword intent, so there was no blood in front of the old servant's body. All of the blood had been forced behind him by the power of the sword. Xia Qifei trembled as he walked towards the body of the elder. He looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. He was prepared to betray his master and kill his ancestors, but when it really happened, he felt that it was a bit inconceivable. He was prepared to put dozens of lives on the line, but who could kill this old man in such a silent manner? A note floated down. Xia Qifei glanced at it with a panicked gaze. He only saw that it said, "You had that thought, but I still gave you a chance. He had a murderous intent, so I killed him." The body of the Jiangnan water bandit leader began to tremble uncontrollably. It was not until now that he truly understood the power of the Overwatch Council. It was not something a gang could contend against. The other party was helping him clear the last obstacle to his surrender. It was also a final invitation and warning to him. The following does not count as text. After I woke up today, there was a power outage. My mother and my retired colleagues went out to play. Only my father, brother-in-law, and I were left at home. The three men stayed in the quiet room in a daze. I didn't know when the electricity would come back. I was worried. It was not until the afternoon that someone finally thought to ask the property management. They were shocked to find that the entire area had electricity. Our unit also had electricity. Even the door opposite had electricity. The three men were shocked but also happy. They thought that there was a problem with the wiring in the house. They could use this opportunity to show off their skills, so they began to work everywhere. In the end, after a long time, the three fake electricians still could not figure out what was going on. It was not until the end that they discovered that the power outside had been cut off by the Electricity Bureau, that their home owed electricity. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.